Alright, so that can hear me. Why is this not picking up? Was that like that? Oh my god. I think that was like that last time. No, because I heard it last time. There's no way. Well, anyway, I'm live. I'm gonna play this game again because I'm still looking for that thing that I need. That gem. And God, I don't like looking for that gem. Like, nothing spawns at night, and the one thing that does, it does fuck all. Well, there's nothing else to do other than walk around and see what's up. Other than the sun. Well, it's gonna be setting soon, so it doesn't really... It's gonna be setting soon. It's already past day when I logged in. Nothing else has happened. And... yeah, that's it. Nothing else has happened. I'm still going to be walking among the trees. I know something has to happen at some point, right? Something has to. Something has to. At least I'm nourished. All night's here, and hopefully I just get a gem. Just one gem. Just one. I'm not asking for like 50, I'm asking for like one. One gem. Because I just want to get through this stage, because there's like nothing in this stage other than getting ready, and after getting ready there's not much I can really do other than get working on side missions, but I think that would be a bit of time. Should be night. Yep, there it is. And please don't rain. Please don't rain. And I never realized how gorgeous these colors are in this biome. I think I was like... yeah, I think I was playing for a long time before I got here, but... yeah, I really like the color of this tree. I don't think I've ever really said that or acknowledged it in my own head, so I actually love this color. I'm just parkouring around for no particular reason. And I swear I'm more resilient to fall damage than normal. Just doing it for the sake of my own time and for the purposes of this stream, for it to be not completely boring. And oh yeah, I should have forgot that I just have creepypastas lined up because I think it's
Clancy
safe.
Pasta presents. I work at the only blockbuster in the world.
It's
Written
safe
by
to
Wayward
put on.
Companion.
I don't think
Narrated by Clancy.
there's copyright behind it. Well, there's probably copyright towards everything, but I'm just usually doing this for background noise if I'm not talking,
Hey,
and you
I have a
could just
blockbuster in my town,
listen to
and I know
that, I
everyone
guess,
who works there.
because
Well,
I'm
surprise,
usually
I
pretty
work there.
quiet,
Someone else might also be thinking,
if not dead
well,
silent.
I have one in my city. I work there too. I might not be on the floor every second of the day, but I'm still there. That's the thing about blockbusters.
Okay.
Cut down on spending, the big guys upstairs got rid of all the extra stores and left mine alone. Now, my store is in place of every other blockbuster there was in the world. I also live in my blockbuster. Seeing as I'm really the original employee of this location, I was told one day that I'm not allowed to leave once the stores merge. There I was, 17 years old, just trying to keep my summer job and scared out of my mind of the big guys upstairs. I said yes, of course. My room is a tiny closet that breaks off of the main break room. It's big enough for my makeshift hammock and a side table with my bare minimum survival materials, but there's no wiggle room for luxury. No one else who works in my blockbuster comes into my room. Not because I have, like, a privacy issue or something. I just can't find it. I once told one of the newer employees, Janice, to grab me my glasses from my side table, since my vision was acting up that day. She walked into the break room, and none of us have seen Janice since. But when I tried to open my room that night, I had to grab something to cover the doorknob with. It was really fucking hot. I've seen a couple of people sharing their weird work stories on here, so I figured I might as well try my hand at it as well. I've got some interesting ones to talk about. We're open 24/7, so you can imagine the people who come into a blockbuster at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday during a snowstorm. Speaking of which, I guess that's the first story I can tell. It was mid-December of last year, and snowing like hell. Thankfully, I was alone in the store, and it was, in fact, 3 a.m. So I brought out my smaller blanket from my room and was sitting at the register with it wrapped around my body. I had an old VHS popped into the TV on the cash wrap, something that I would usually have no interest in, but felt drawn to tonight. Then, halfway through the good part, the front door swung open, and I, for a second, thought it came off the hinges completely. There, standing in the entrance, was an old woman who looked like she had just stepped off stage from performing Snow White as the evil queen. The weird thing was, I couldn't see her hands at all. Not like they were tucked into the literal cloak she was wearing, but like she didn't own hands at all. Oh well. I figured, not my problem. I don't get paid to worry about people's hands. The old woman just stood in the doorway for a couple seconds. Eventually, I raised a hand and waved at her. Hey, welcome to Blockbuster. Just so you know, we're having a rent one, get one of all our romantic comedies, and she didn't acknowledge me, just shuffled her way into the store and towards my register. The way she walked around was weird, too fluid and without any real movement. I felt a nervous creeping into my stomach the closer she got. Her white hair was all stringy and in patches, complementing her equally colorless skin. Her eyes, though, those are what really creeped me out. The irises were huge, dark brown-rimmed pupils. The blackness of her pupil took up a good percentage of the eye itself. There was barely any white to be seen, and they were open wide. Open your eyes as wide as you can, and then try to go wider. That's only a fraction of how wide hers were. Her mouth was slightly open, enough to let air pass through, and it made a sound like a squeaky wheel. I could see that the inside of her mouth was gray tone. The romantic comedies are over in that section over there, if you were wondering. I recommend You've Got Mail, I said, keeping on my customer service voice and smile. The big guys upstairs don't care what the customer looks like, as long as they rent something. She brought a veiny hand to her mouth, gingerly touching the area around her bottom lip. I followed her eyes to see that she was staring at my TV screen behind me. watching the tape. If you
Oh,
like this
that's
one,
a thing.
if we have any in stock for you.
That's a thing.
No reply, really. Just a couple gasping
Okay.
noises and a little head tilt.
Oh, I'm gonna
She looks like
figure
a
out what that
puppy
thing
for a
does.
second. Slowly, as to
Okay.
not startle her, I took the VHS out of the TV, put it back in
Right,
the unlocked
I
box
need
I
to
found it in, placing it on
figure
the
out
counter.
where a good vantage
It's all
point
yours
would be.
for $2.99, I said, just feeling uncomfortable at
Alright,
this point and
Shadow
wanting her out.
East.
Her whole body was vibrating as she looked down at the box, with a soft, oh, escaping those weird lips. She held it with
Damn
both
it, I
hands
just
as
need
if it was
enough.
her firstborn child. I watched
Okay.
her as she painfully slowly made complete eye contact with me and walked
Wait, I just
backwards out of
need
the
some
store,
room.
without paying, mind you. When the
Okay.
door shut, I just turned in my swivel chair towards one of the security cameras the big guys upstairs have installed to watch us, and gave it a little shrug.
Holy shit.
And I did.
I just
He
know.
just told me everything I already knew. Now what happened was illegal.
Here for a while.
But he just ignored me and started
Hopefully at
shoving
all.
VHS tapes into his jacket.
I just know it's
I looked at
here.
the clock on my computer and saw that it was 2 o'clock. His shift wasn't supposed to start until 2:30, and that's when I took my first break in days. If you want to clock in early so I can go on my break a little earlier, be my guest, dude, I said. I caught a
I'm
glimpse of
done
his
here.
uniform
I'm
on
done
underneath
here. I'm
his
going
jacket,
home.
so I assumed he was
I
here
could
to work
finally
that
go
day.
home after like
Elliot
I don't even know how many
straps,
days
tape
I've been out
boxes
here,
still
but
stuck
it's
into his jacket.
been enough.
He stared me dead in the eyes and said, "Do you have any fucking clue how important this is?"
Ooh.
He sounded absolutely fuming. So I let him be and went back to my TV, only looking over occasionally to see that he had cleared out the entire vague history section.
Right.
I figured,
I
what the
guess
hell,
I'll just head
as not many
back.
people wander over and traverse that section. When he finished, somehow, shoveling the last box into his coat, he buttoned it all the way to
I
his
guess
neck.
it doesn't do
His
fully
ostrich bag was
backwards.
about $4 and dime.
Well, I know it's this
I
way
never saw Elijah
for
again
a
after
good
that.
while.
And later that week, I got an email from the big guys upstairs that read something like, "Hey, quit messing with the security cameras. The one that scans back and forth between vague history and horror for children is all blurry from 2:03 p.m. to 11:46 p.m. last
Thank God
Tuesday."
I don't have to go back there for
I
a
sent
while.
back,
I got 3 of
I'll see
them.
what's faulty
I just
in
need
them.
1.
Did Emmett send in his 2 weeks, or did he quit on the spot? They said, "Who?" And that was the last time I ever really thought about the guy. Those are just 2 quick little anecdotes I could think of right off the top of my head. My hour is over now. Time to head back on the floor. If you got any questions, feel free to leave me something to
I
read.
just know it has
Maybe
to
I'll
be
answer
like
them
this
on my next
way.
break, but who knows when that'll be. In the meantime, have a good one. Part 2. I only have a 30-minute break today, and the big guys upstairs are pretty picky about timing, so let's jump right into it. First things first, I got a message from the big guys upstairs the other night.
Okay,
I
so
found it
just
tucked into the registered
straightforward.
drawer with their official stamp that morning. Apparently, they caught me using the work computers to go online and upload my first post. They didn't really say anything concrete about whether or not they want me to delete it or not, but they did tell me to send a message out to whoever keeps leaving the cardboard cutout of a bike leaning against the bike stands. The message is this: stop. Stop it. If you cease these threats now, we will give you what you seek, but only if you vow never to step foot on our property again. I have never seen the cardboard cutout of a bike leaning against our bike stands. I don't really see why it's such a bad thing either way, but if that's what they wanted me to say, who am I to withhold important sounding information to the public? I also wanted to let anyone that was planning on buying something from the ice cream freezers know you should probably wait until next week to do that. The cookie sandwiches are leaking again, and it takes us a little while to clean out the inside. It got all over the other products. Now we also have to order all new stock. If anyone has any suggestions on keeping our food
Ooh, I
products
don't know where
from
that
leaking,
is.
please let me or the big guys upstairs know. especially since the food we have in store is usually the food I live off of. I've already had to fight off some patrons from the freezer. The product is leaking, man. You don't want that. What's a little water going to do to an ice cream sandwich? Believe me, ma'am, I wish it was water. Now please, get off the freezer before I call security.
I don't care. Just because you have a dance video doesn't mean jack shit.
Remarks about the big guys upstairs in my last entry. Remarks that I have to disagree with, really. The big guys upstairs work really hard to keep this place awake, and while I don't agree with some of their business tactics, I can't knock them for how long they've kept this company going. That, and I don't think they believe me when I tell them that other people are the ones who are saying those things and not me. I told them that, and they asked who the hell would bother reading about a Blockbuster employee slacking off on the job. This week is, unfortunately, Employee Appreciation Week. That's the week the big guys upstairs have us fill out this long form full of really, really specific questions, and then evaluate them to find the Alpha Employee of the Month. I don't mind not getting Employee of the Month, ever. I mean, if I'm literally the one who never leaves the store and always has to deal with the whack jobs that come crawling in, sometimes literally crawling into the store, and whatever. I don't mind. The paperwork is just time-consuming.
Did I
Alpha
get through
employee
this?
usually goes to Chloe, someone who only works Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah,
He gets extra
I
points
think I
because he
did.
gives
I
a tray of
think I
brownies
did.
to the big guys upstairs every month and always sweeps with the camera's line of sight.
I'm guessing it's like
They all say
literally
your brownies are way
upstairs,
too
what
flat,
this
Chloe.
means.
That's why you
Like,
can
hey,
fit
there's
them
an
at the door.
upstairs at my Blockbuster that I've
Yesterday
never
we got a
seen
phone
before,
call.
and it's the
This
big
is
guys, and
out
they're
of the
just
ordinary.
literally just big
Seeing as
guys.
we haven't got a phone call in about 2 years, the phone just sits on the wall collecting dust and making friends with the spiders. The only other person working at the time was Jacob, and he is physically incapable of using the phone, so it was all up to me. Thanks for calling your local Blockbuster. How can we help you today? I watched Jacob give me a weird look for using the official greeting. The other line was silent for the longest time. I was about to hang up when the very low, monotone voice of a man said, "Do you have my tape?" Obviously, a little confused, I asked Jacob, "Hey dude, do we have any tapes on hold?" And he just shook his head while sorting the hyper-visual section. "I'm sorry, we don't seem to have anything on hold right now.
Oh, is that
Can I
it?
get your name and number so I can call you
I
back
think I
once
found
you...
mine back home.
You have it. I can hear it." I looked around the store. The only things that were playing any
Yeah,
audio
this
were
is
three
definitely
TVs,
home base.
and Cash Wrap TV, which had just finished playing the tape I had given to the old lady.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, I have
okay.
that back now. That's an entirely different story. The man on the phone
Well, it
spoke
definitely
again.
got out. It's somewhere
Right
now.
behind me.
Where? I'm not too sure,
Behind me
and
is where my
I don't
TV
want to
is,
know.
if you couldn't put two and two together yourself. I replied. "Sorry, I just found it in the return bin and figured it was one of yours. You can come pick it up whenever, if you want."
Thankfully, there's
No,
just
I-
that one tree to signify
He hung
that
up
I'm
after saying
home.
that. But for the next hour, my ears were freezing. I had half a mind to stick them in the break room microwave for a second. But that would force poor Jacob to take care of the whole floor by himself
Here we
for a
go.
couple minutes, and
Home
I
sweet
regretted
home.
that. Not really knowing whether or not that meant the man was going to show up that day.
Whew.
I took the tape out of the TV, rewound it,
Alrighty.
and stuck it back in its box. Speaking of which, I got that tape
Putting
back
him
the day
there.
after I posted my original entry. The old lady didn't return it or anything, not that I know of. It just appeared on my side table in my room. I figured it wasn't that
How's
bad of a thing
Wolf Ash
for it
for?
to show back up, seeing as now we wouldn't have to worry about tracking down some random woman from
I
late fees.
can't do that.
When I picked it up, it felt
Stage disabled.
like it was just in a dog's mouth or something.
What the hell
I had
is
to use mints
stage
to keep my hands
disabled?
from getting too gross. I gave it a quick wipe down, and it had been in my TV since then. I don't know why I have such a hard time working without it
Okay.
playing somewhere in the
Whatever.
background.
Doesn't
not even
matter.
that interesting. It's mostly just wide shots of snowy landscapes with white noise in the distance. Maybe I just need the ambience. No one really complains when I have it on. They just linger in the windows a little too long, staring at the screen before slowly getting into their cars to leave. Either way, I still haven't heard from the man who claimed to own the tape. So for the time being, it still belongs to Blockbuster. Terry just came in to let me know that the employee appreciation forms have been dropped off. She looked visibly shaken, so the big guys upstairs must have came to personally give them to us. I just barely missed them, which I'm sure I'll get some shit for. I have one of the forms in front of me now. It's this huge 24-page novella of really intrusive questions like, who is the first person you thought about eating? And when did your mother know? Nothing else, just when did your mother know? I guess I should start filling this out soon. Late forms get thrown out and the proper punishments are given shortly after. And no one likes that. I have a good 15 minutes left in my break anyway. Good starting point. Until next time, have a good one. Part 3. Well, I turned in my employee appreciation application. And by turned in, I mean I put it in the break room microwave and hoped for the best. If I'm lucky, it'll get picked up by tomorrow. If I'm unlucky, someone will completely miss it and it will be reheated along with their lunch. Either way, I think I have a pretty good shot this year. Won't know the results until next Monday. A quick update on that tape that keeps being claimed and showing back up in the store. I actually decided to sit and watch it with my full attention on it before I went to sleep last night. It's still a mostly blank, snowy landscape, but this time I saw the tiniest pixel in the background. Just one tiny dark spot on the screen that I tried to wipe away at first, assuming it was just a smudge on my TV. It was moving in a sort of wavering fashion, like when it's super hot and things seem like they're swimming around. The spot stayed in that one position.
Oh yeah,
the
sharp
entire time that they
tooth.
played,
I
accompanied
still
by the
need
same
sharp
white noise.
teeth.
The guy who said it was his hasn't shown up yet, so I'll update again if anything else happens with it in the meantime. Some people left me some questions, so I figured I'd take a second to answer. The first question wanted to know if we eat people here. I'm going to be honest, I don't know nor do I care what my coworkers eat outside of work. All I know is that I don't. I live off junk food and whatever leftovers are in the fridge, courtesy of forgetful people. Speaking of which, someone wanted to know if I could order something off of Amazon. The answer, unfortunately, is no. I made the mistake of asking whether or not I could receive mail while employed here back when I signed the paperwork that sealed my
I
fate.
need more bones.
All I'll say about that is it was the
So
first time I
I'm
saw
guessing
my
I
employer's
can't
work.
repair this.
That, and what address would I send it to?
I don't think I can.
I also got a
Oh
question
no, I
about
can.
where we get our movies, which I assumed was
Okay,
common knowledge.
thankfully I
The big
can.
guys upstairs buy tapes in bulk from wherever, and they wind up in the back. Boxes piled up to the ceiling sometimes.
Hmm.
Then we put them out on the floor. Nothing special there. Last question I really wanted to answer. Do we get any famous people? That made me think of the first story I wanted to tell today. About a year ago, John fucking Travolta came in. I swear on my life, it was either 1977 era John Travolta or someone who is a carbon copy of the guy. He came into the store one
Yeah?
day, absolutely drenched in sweat. His suit was
Oh, it
bone
doesn't have
dry,
to be
the rest
like.
of him was just
No,
soaked.
we could just be
He came in
Flynn.
and demanded to buy every movie he had ever even entertained the thought of acting in. We don't usually let people buy our movies lately. Money's tight and all, but this is John Travolta we're talking about. He had a pretty big stack too, so the big guys upstairs can't complain that much. He paid exactly $45,103.09 and tipped me with $3. So I think it's a win-win for everyone in the end. I watched him take his new collection out the door, toss them all on the ground, and quite gleefully set them all on fire. He left shortly after the fire went out, so I sent one of our newbies, Michaela, out to vacuum up the ash from the parking lot. Never saw him again, but if anyone does, let him know we have 20 boxes full of Gotti. That's the only famous person I've ever seen come in. Some exciting customer stories for you. First off, a lady came in right when I started my shift yesterday. Everything seemed as normal as it gets around here. For a second, I thought this was going to be a simple in-and-out transaction. I started getting a weird feeling once the woman approached an employee named Nico. She looked like she was getting quite visibly frustrated after he answered her question, even though the question was just, "Do you have Garfield Gets Real yet?" Nico pointed her to the surrealist animation section and continued dusting the snacks. As he turned his back, her face got more and more red. She stood there behind him for a few more seconds, and zeroed onto me and beelined for the counter. She laid her palms flat on the counter, expression locked in pure anger. "I want the number for corporate," she growled, now red as a stop sign. I told her, keeping my voice calm, "I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't have an exact corporate number anymore. I can give you the contact information for my superiors if you'd like." This facility is ridiculous. You people can't see that I need assistance? I blinked at her. We here at Blockbuster take pride in our ability to accommodate any sort of disability.
Well, at least I
or
can make a
ability
primal
that customers
chest.
have. I'd be happy to help you out with anything that you need. The woman clenched her fist. I would expect that. But I would also expect you to see what is wrong with me. They said the only excuse I could think of that was actually true. My vision isn't what it used to be. I should be able to get the services I need without having to disclose what makes me uncomfortable disclosing. What happened to the good old days when the staff knew what their customers needed right away? She ranted. At this point, I didn't know how to respond or what was happening anymore. "Ma'am," I tried, "you look completely fine. If there's something you need from us, I'm sorry, but we don't have anyone working today who can read minds. Perhaps you should come back when Christina's working. Or Kelly. She's super good at reading auras." She completely ignored me. "Give me the stupid information for your superiors. I need someone of importance to know about this." She started angry crying by then. So I scrawled how to contact the big guys upstairs on a piece of receipt paper and gingerly placed it on the counter for her to take. She stuffed it into her tote bag and stormed out the door. This morning, I got a message from the big guys upstairs that explained that the woman was very upset that we didn't realize she has limited steps she's allowed to take in a day, and didn't want to waste them going across the store. I'm sure you guys can agree with me when I say, crazy customers. Am I right? They also told me that from now on we should always have at least one clairvoyant employee on the floor at all times. And if we can't, then I better brush up on my mind reading skills, which I have none of. So let's hope that Christine doesn't do much outside of work. The next story is something that happened today.
They're not
Someone else was
too
working the
expensive.
register, but I still got called up to help out because
They are a
I'm the only one who knows how to
whole
solve problems in this damn place.
good while
Working at the
away
counter
though,
with
so
Gary, who faced a very unfriendly looking patron. Placed on the counter was a badly damaged copy of Rango, the movie with Johnny Depp playing a lizard. And when I say damaged, I mean this thing was beyond repair. The ribbon was pulled out and strewn around the cassette itself. It looked like something was chewing on the edges. Some parts were stained, the whole 9 yards.
I don't remember.
This customer would like to return this tape that they claim they bought from us. Here, explain. Not rented, bought. The fact that this person bought the tape was the first odd thing I noticed. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't usually let people buy our tapes nowadays, unless it's Life or Death or John Travolta. I poked at the tape. Yeah, we can't take this back. This is way too damaged to try to put out on the shelves again. The person crossed their arms and frowned. This is how I bought it. I don't want it anymore and need my money back. I get that, I said.
Oh, I
just
need it
can't
in
offer
my
you money if I'm not
hand.
going to get anything in return.
I guess I never
Getting
really
this tape
thought
back,
of it.
obviously. They shoved it forward a little bit. They used a pen sitting on the counter to move it back to them. I bought it like that, they repeated. I really don't think any of us would sell you a tape that looks like that. I gestured to the mess of the tape and hair tangled up on the counter. There's nothing I can do for you. That's when I noticed the thick fog beginning to spill through the aisles. The person was babbling more excuses and yelling at me that, yes, you did sell it to me like this. You wouldn't take no for an answer. And with every word, the fog began to rise higher and higher. It got to the point where I couldn't see the back wall anymore. And that's when I knew I had to get this person out of here as soon as possible. They weren't the only customer in the store, and I could already hear the cries and complaints from others. Look, I'll give you a free ice cream sandwich tonight behind the store if you just leave the tape here and rent another movie for a week at least. The best bargain I could think of at that point, and also almost total bullshit, as I'm not physically capable of leaving the store. But it worked. They stomped into the comedy section and brought up the Emoji Movie. I quickly checked them out, and they went on their way, taking their fog with them. As soon as they went out the door, the floor was completely cleared, and I mean completely. The patrons that were previously browsing the store were gone too. I'm not really complaining, because that meant I could take my break earlier and for a little longer. To avoid talking your ears off, I'll end this entry here. Go ahead and leave any new questions you may have for me to answer in the next part. I really enjoy seeing people actually being interested in my boring job. Thanks for reading. Have a good one. Part 4.
Alright, so there's
Sorry for the
more.
complete radio silence.
8, 9, 10,
I got
11,
caught a
12.
pretty
Yeah,
nasty
that's 12.
time
This is
after a storm
14.
hit, so after reading the last week, I posted over and over for a couple weeks now. I'll explain later. There's some questions to take care of. Someone asked if I have family that visits. Short answer, no. Long answer, I'm not sure if any of them even remember I'm still alive. I haven't heard or seen anyone from my immediate or extended family since I started working here back in the day. I tried calling the first few days using my allowed phone time during the month, but all I got in response was an answering machine that was vaguely threatening and oddly specific. If I remember correctly, it went something along the lines of, "We're sorry, you cannot come to the phone right now. Leave a message. However, if you are someone who abandoned your purity in order to live a life of transgressions, never call again." Or something like that. So no one comes to call. I do have some favorite customers. And by some, I'm talking about a group of 6 frat guys who come in every 3rd Saturday of the month, do the same 360 around the store, rent 1 copy of Jill and Jack for each of them, and then say, "Thanks," all in unison before leaving. The whole reason I like them so much is how routine they are, and how quickly they get in and out. Nothing better than a smooth transaction. As for a favorite movie from 60s or earlier, Manos, The Hands of Fate. Hands down, no pun intended. No particular reason, I just like how bad it is. That, and it's the only movie that we preview over the screens that doesn't feature a chorus of children screaming. I swear, children are chaotic neutral. They'll scream just because they have vocal cords and nothing better to do. Trust me,
Alright, that's
we get a
one.
lot of those parents who don't care about the preservation of the employees' eardrums. And about the whole ordering food thing. Me and a couple other employees tried ordering pizza for fun on a real slow Monday night,
Alright, I got shark tooth.
We wait 3 hours, and still nothing. So we sent Julie outside to
Alright.
go look for the guy, to see if he got lost in the parking lot or something. When she came back in, she said there was nothing out there but a really bad smell. I've given up on it. You guys seem really into my eating habits, so by all means, go ahead and visit your local Blockbuster and drop me off some food. I'm a sucker for some salmon. So, the time loop thing. I'd gotten some messages about a storm brewing, so I started the day like you usually do when opening a store during an impending storm. Boarded up the windows, covered the bottoms
Is there
of the
something I can
doors,
do with it?
dimmed the lights, things like that. A couple people came in the early morning.
It does say
An old lady looking to
salt.
stock
What
up on
does that
Tarantino
do?
flicks to binge during the storm. A little girl who got like 5
Salt or
movies from the horror for
dry
children section.
or
A
dry?
guy who wanted to rent a Hershey bar. By that night, luckily, absolutely no one was in the movie renting mood, so me and Will got some time to chill out with some stale popcorn and those suckers you put the sour stuff on. Next thing I knew, it went from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
It doesn't say it
raining
does
full
anything on the
force.
rack.
The lightning and thunder was absolutely raging. The power went off a couple times, so me and Will decided to close up early and end the day before anything could get damaged. The next day, I got another message about a storm.
It doesn't mean
Pretty
salt.
normal for 2 storms in a row to happen, right? Boarded up the windows, covered the
I'm gonna
doors,
dry it
turned down
first.
the lights. Then I started to notice things. A lady asking for all our Tarantino movies. A girl spending way too much time staring at a copy of The Shining, the animated musical. A guy giving me a really hard time for not letting him rent a damn chocolate bar for 3 nights. I asked Will, "Hey, when do you work next?" Will responded, Friday. Now, at the time, it was supposed to be Wednesday. I figured that maybe work is just that boring. The days are just starting to meld together. I thought that the next day, which was supposed to be a Thursday, mind you, would come around, Will would be off, and everything would be normal. Next day, Will clocks in at 7:15 a.m., just like he had been for 2 days now. "Hey Will," I asked, "when do you work next?" Friday." I stared at him for a good 5 minutes. "Right," I said. "I'm going to check something in the back real quick." Will shrugged and went back to wiping down the ice cream freezer. Just like I thought, the fucking clock was going ballistic again. The minute and hour hands were twitching in place, always snapping right back to 9:36 a.m. on the dot. I grabbed the ladder and strained to give it a couple bangs on the face. No change, unfortunately. I took a couple strongly worded emails to the big guys upstairs for anything to get fixed. Even after they reset the clocks, we were stuck on Wednesday for a while and then had to catch up with the rest of time for anything to be back to normal. So that's why I was gone for so long. Sorry about that. At least now I'm never going to complain about a slow workday again. I put it off long enough. The results of the Employee Appreciation Month applications were predictable. Take a wild guess who won yet again. The only upside to Chloe winning every goddamn month is that eventually she'll be offered a management position. And that means she'll be taking a little trip upstairs to the big guys themselves. If it all goes well, they'll extend the offer and her greedy self is gonna accept. Then she'll be out of my hair for good. Something the big guys upstairs wanted to start doing is accepting donations for old VHS tapes. This has been a hit or miss endeavor. Yeah, we can get some awesome rare antiques, but we also get those people that don't understand the basic logic. We got this lady who came in wanting to turn in some family videos. You heard me right, someone came into the store and told me, "I want to donate these old home movies. I don't want my family anymore. Take them. Do with them what you will." Politely, of course, I declined. "Ma'am, I'm sorry," I said, using my best customer service voice. "But the demand for other people's memories isn't that high right now. Try again in a couple weeks." Now, usually when people blow up on me, it takes a little build-up. Not with this lady. She came unhinged in record time, and I mean literally unhinged. Her jaw fell onto the counter in a huge, almost yawn motion. Bigger than a snake, even. It came down to about her collarbone. She let out this high-pitched, grating screech and held agonizing eye contact with me until Charlie came up from behind her and lifted her into the air, carrying her out into the parking lot and locking the doors until she got into her car to leave. The whole time she kept staring dead into my eyes. holding that one piercing note. I swear I could hear her screaming when I was getting ready for bed that night. Do you know how it feels to be washing your face and being terrified that as soon as you rinse, you'll see a wide-mouthed, black-eyed, wild woman behind you? Not fun. We got a couple complaints
I don't
after
have
she
use
left
for
too,
tallow at the
because we
minute.
had the doors locked for a good 4
I
hours
guess
after.
I could do monster jockey.
I'm going to cut this one short.
Um,
Again, really sorry for disappearing for so long. I'll put in a word to the big guys upstairs to maybe replace the clocks completely so that doesn't happen again. I'll hopefully
the only thing
see
I
you
could really
next time.
think of use would be monster
one.
jockey. But I could just put that there. Flesh on a bone. Okay. Horsetail does nothing.
Thanks for watching.
And
I
that
hope you
also
enjoyed
does
today's
nothing.
narration. I would give a huge thanks to last month's $5 and up patrons. TJW, Marcus B, Greg S, Peggy, Gage W, Shanda K, Rachel H, Tim W, Baltic, Jules L, Bet
Okay,
S,
I need to
Lydia
get
P,
the
Techo
thing.
M, Grayson H, and all the other $5 and up and $2 patrons on screen as well. All of your support.
Okay. Fuck
Nature-made
off.
magnesium, made to care
Fuck
for your heart.
off.
Lung cancer, stage 3, inoperable. Those were the words that spelled out my ultimate fate. And while it wouldn't be a particularly original way to die, the irony wasn't lost on me. I'd never touched a cigarette during my short lifespan, despite growing up in a household where pretty much everyone inhaled those toxic fumes, including my own parents. Of course, they are both alive and healthy. Even to this day, they never suffered any consequences for any of their unhealthy habits, not even a dent put in their lung capacity. Destiny truly is a fickle bitch. There I sat at the doctor's office, speechless after hearing the diagnosis. I'd just gone in
Guess
for a
I'll
persistent
just-
cough. From what I thought, it would be nothing more than a common cold. In all honesty, I didn't feel that sick, but my wife had convinced me to go for a checkup regardless, and because of that checkup, I had just been told that in less than a year, I would be dead. I've never been much of a religious person. If asked, I put myself somewhere on the agnostic spectrum of not knowing what the hell's going on. That being said, I didn't fear death. I had spent one too many nights thinking about my inevitable departure from this world, and had accepted that life was a precious resource that would inevitably expire. I just didn't think it would be so soon. One true quarrel with death was leaving my family behind. At the not-so-ripe age of 42, I still hadn't saved up enough money to keep us afloat in case of an emergency. And while my wife worked, neither of us made enough to support a child on our own, and it just so happened we had a 10-year-old son together. That's why I started praying, begging, bargaining for a second chance. Each night I tried a different god, desperately looking for otherworldly answers regardless of religion or relevance in modern society. I was desperate. The doctor offered a combo treatment of radiation and chemotherapy. Of course, none would extend my life in any meaningful way, but I started the treatment nonetheless, hoping that maybe someone could offer a miracle cure. But of course,
I
my
just
hopes were
want
left
to keep him
unanswered.
there.
In the beginning of this year, my body had deteriorated to the point that I was nothing but a loose sack of skin draped over a malformed set of bones. I knew I only had a few weeks left before the cancer that gestated within me, growing with each passing day, finally won the battle.
Alright, this is
When
not
breathing became little
working.
more than an agonizing chore, serving only to initiate a cascade of painful coughs, I ended up
Oh
bedridden
god, I
next
need
to
to
an
do that
oxygen tank.
anyway.
Then, finally, on July 29th, 2019,
So I gotta
I
get
tried to
told
get
him.
dressed and make the short journey from my bed
Where did I-
to the little
okay,
breakfast
there we
table
go.
down the hall in my hospital. Everything suddenly disappeared beneath my feet. I started
Ability.
falling. One second, I was traversing the hospital hallway, oxygen tank dragging on behind me, and with a final gasp,
See the tree?
my pain was simply erased from existence. The memory of my disease was nothing more than a faint dream, and my life became part of a very distant past. I had died. I realized that much. But the concepts of life and death themselves meant little to me in the grand scheme of things. Yes, I had been part of a society on Earth, a note in the everlasting symphony of life, but my part had passed, and the song continued on without me, while I moved on to the next stage. I floated, or sang. It was hard to tell directions apart in my new, weightless state. It almost seemed like an ocean. The deep blue hues surrounding me on all sides with bubbles of flickering light floating by, delightfully soothing me as I moved toward the brightest thing I'd ever seen. Though the light was blinding, I could sense other beings surrounding me. I turned and looked at them, squinting my eyes to get a brighter grasp of what they were. They didn't resemble any creature ever walking upon Earth's surface, but I could tell that they had once been human, just like myself. They were happy, smiling without having faces, voicelessly laughing. I waved at them,
I guess
and
it's
they greeted me
food.
using nothing more than the warmth of their souls.
Horsetail
I still had my body,
literally
not
nothing
yet
for
processed by the
this
afterlife, but I
part.
felt healthy,
Probably for the next part,
no
I
longer
realize as
ravaged by
well.
the tumors within my chest. Once I got close enough to feel the heat of the light, my periphery darkened, and the joyful creatures dancing around me had been replaced by shadows, staring intently at my passing. The new creatures weren't people, but beings emitting the most dreadful sense of sadness and anger. They hated me for being able to touch the light, while they were forever trapped in the shadows. One of them reached out for me, its arms stretching impossibly far beyond its confinement. It grabbed onto my leg, and pitch black nails digging deep into my flesh, tearing muscle from bone as I silently cried in agony. Before I could get a grasp of my situation, another pair of hands grabbed my arm, tearing it straight from its socket. A third pair wrapped around my chest, digging deep into my lungs, rummaging around where the tumors had once lived. More hands joined in, and before long I was enveloped by hundreds of shadows, all tearing away at my limbs and organs. But as all the meat was stripped from my body, the hands had nothing more to hold on to, and I was let go. I was jolted awake, back in the hospital, gasping pathetically for air as the cancer once more inhabited most of my lung tissue. My family stood close by, sobbing at my demise. I really had died, but only for about a minute. Silence quickly filled the room as they noticed I was still alive, doctors wearing shocked expressions and horrified stares from my son. They were surprised, confused, as no attempts had been made to resuscitate me. My death had been expected for so long that keeping me alive would be nothing more than a cruel joke. Yet, once again, I lived. I had been so close to eternal salvation, but something had pulled me away, denied my entrance to whatever lay beyond. Of course, with the cancer relentlessly spreading throughout my body, I wasn't meant to stay, despite the bittersweet taste of my revival. The locals hailed it as a miracle, and multiple news stations wanted to share my story, profit from it. I promptly declined. I didn't want to tell anyone what I saw on the other side, and I was in too much pain to accept it as a miracle. As I stabilized, they moved me to a hospice care facility. Death was still lingering around the corner, but they said I might have a couple more weeks to spend with my family, if nothing more. They'd already said goodbye once, and now that cruel trick of nature made them do it twice. My wife didn't smile once in the following days. She wore a tired expression on her face. Her eyes were sunken, but I couldn't blame her. Taking care of a dying man is no easy task, much less for someone that has to do it twice. My son, on the other hand, would not stop crying. He was too young to understand, but he knew I wouldn't stay for much longer. 2 weeks came and went in the blink of an eye, each day spent in misery, dreading what awaited on the other side. Then, one morning, I simply didn't wake up. Once again, the world was done with me. I had been tossed away from existence, and just like before, I started falling through time and space into an infinite void. The shapeless beings still floated in the peripheries, lights that once wandered the earth, but this time, there were no smiles to greet me, no joy filling my soul to the brim. They were angry at me. I had returned to a place I didn't belong, and now my journey was one no longer welcome. I was pushed further toward the light, away from the once blissful companions, and it wasn't long before I saw the shadows again. There, the light lingered, just out of reach. So close I could almost touch it, when a pair of twisted hands grabbed onto me, digging into my flesh. This time, they didn't settle with violence. They started whispering, begging for me to pull them out of their prisons, to take me with them. Millions of voices rushed through my head, promising it was all a misunderstanding, that they had not meant to hurt me, that they wanted nothing more than the warmth of the light. Yet with their pleas for salvation, they tore into me, ripping me apart from within. I couldn't help them. I didn't know how. And with that, their voices turned from prayers to anger. They shouted obscenities from within my head, filling it with hatred, while telling me what would happen to my family once I truly perished. In a split second, a vision of my family's future became burned into my memory as if it had already happened. Depression would force my wife out of her job and into a battle with drug addiction, which eventually melted over to our son as he grew up. Unable to escape, my son would get expelled after school, ruined by the death of his father and his absent-minded mother. At the age of 16, my son would get into drugs himself and ultimately die in a horrific car crash. That was the summary, cascade of events that followed my death. But the shadows didn't stop there. They promised a way out, that they could save me and my family if only I took them with me toward the light, but I could never reach the light. As desperately as I longed to move on, I could never quite get there. Always torn to shreds long before I touched it. Each brief visit to the promised afterlife left nothing more than a barren fragment of thought, alone in a world that didn't belong to me. No matter what they did, nothing happened, and suddenly I was once again dragged away from the light, back to an excruciating life. Since my diagnosis, I have died a total of 16 times. Each time I'm further ripped apart by shadows, each time rejected by the light and flung back to my cancer-riddled body. My family has grown tired of my presence. My once loving wife loathes my very existence, and my son is beyond traumatized. I can barely move, I can't feed myself, and I need help just getting from bed to the toilet, because by now, my cancer has spread everywhere. The doctors say I couldn't possibly be alive, yet here I am. It is even starting to eat away at my brain as well, taking away not only my physical body, but the memory of what I used to be along with it. I prayed, begged, bargained for more time with my family, and I guess something answered. As a result, I was given infinite life.
No, come here.
Just not a functioning body to go with it. But infinite agony isn't what truly haunts me, nor the fact that I've been rejected by the afterlife itself, because soon I won't have a mind to worry with. What truly frightens me is that I now see the shadows while I'm awake. I hear their whispers at night as the pain medication slowly lulls me to sleep. They're thanking me because in their whispers of lies and deceit, their false desires of entering the light, what they really wanted was our world. And by returning to life, I've brought them here. They needed me to survive. They needed a vessel to come here and extinguish the light we live in, to take away the small amount of happiness that still exists on Earth. They've already taken mine, infecting my family with their horrific purpose and desires. I thought my wife had simply suffered one too many days due to my disease, but it's the shadows within her that has turned her to the hateful creature she's become. She went from a loving spouse, taking care of me in my darkest days, to spewing vile hatred in my direction for each time I returned from death. She hated me, and she hated my son for being part of me. Every day she would laugh at my agony, telling me that I hadn't done anything right, that I couldn't even die properly. In between the barrages, she'd let it slip who she really had become. She thanked me for releasing her from the dark abyss, smiling wide as she did. It wasn't her talking, it was the creatures.
No,
Of
there's
course, my son had been
senses.
infected too. He quickly followed after my wife, when he stopped speaking and eating, only rotting away in his room, neglected by his sick mother. Once he had become as emaciated and weak as myself, he finally spoke, telling me this would only be the beginning. Soon the rest would come through. Another shadow for each trip I take to the beyond. I'm stuck in my broken body, watching everything I love fade away, so I'm writing this all down in an attempt at warning everyone of what exists beyond the boundaries of life. I need my last deed to be something remotely useful before my mind vanishes with the rest of my decaying body.
What the hell
Perhaps
are
my
you
own
doing?
hope is to destroy my body, break down everything I am, so that no shadow can infest me. But I'm too weak, too frail to even leave my bed. Please don't let the darkness spread.
What in
I'm
the
sorry for
hell is
bringing
your
it.
problem?
And my punishment is to stay alive and watch, half-witted and broken, when all I want is to simply leave this place. I want to keep falling.
Fucking
If you happen to find an undocumented door in a recently purchased home, chances are it leads to the Rice property. If you happen to enter said door, which, admittedly, is an inadvisable course of action, you may find yourself in a closet that goes on for far too long. In the event this happens, do not back out of the closet. It is very rude to leave an event after having just arrived. You must now attend the event,
Alright.
or the hosts will become distressed. They will follow you back to your house and try to make up for hosting such a disappointing event. The outcome is
What's
undesirable.
that guy?
If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe. And if you'd like to join our
I
community
definitely
on Discord,
need
we have a server there
candles
called
and
Dark Gathering. I'll link to it in the description.
whatever else I need.
With that
I
said,
need a mundane,
the cave, leave a link. A long time ago, I used to scuba dive with my college buddies. It was my passion. It made me feel like an intrepid explorer, charting the unknown and discovering the unseen. That was way before my daughter, way before my ex-wife too. Like so many things, I gave it up when the drive to start a family kicked in. After Penny was born, scuba was just a frivolity I had no right to focus on, and that was that. 12 years later, after the divorce, I started looking at the world like I had before it all went south. I could resume the activities and hobbies I'd abandoned. Scuba diving was at the top
I guess
of the
I'll
list.
start the
Once
totem
everything was
here.
finalized, I bought a house 2 states away from the one I had shared with my wife and daughter. It was nothing special.
I should
It wasn't the
probably
house I
get that
cared about when I
started.
closed the deal on the property. It was what sat behind. The lake. The lake behind the house is huge. Not exactly Loch Ness, but nonetheless impressive. When I told the realtor I was into diving, she told me if I look hard enough, I'd probably find some old Indian artifacts. That was all well and good. I just wanted to be underwater again. I felt like it might bring some peace after such an acrimonious split with my former soulmate. The first time I went out, I was dismayed by the amount of silt impeding my vision. It was like I'd been trapped in a brown fog. I got discouraged and quit after only 15 minutes. But I resolved to give it another try. I was glad I persevered. The next dive was beautiful.
Base.
I guess the heavy rain from the night before the
I
initial
think
dive
they
had
say it
been
here.
easy for the silt, but it had since settled.
Tunnel basics.
The water was crystal
No.
clear. I could see for
Totems.
what looked like miles all around.
Temples.
I swam around and explored. The lake was
Totem
secretly deep.
willing.
When I bought the place, I asked the realtor if she knew how far down it went. She estimated it was 900
Okay.
feet.
So
And I
easy.
didn't believe her until I saw it firsthand. The steep drop-off after the first 20 feet reminded me of a video I saw of divers leaping off the edge of a continental shelf. The drop was staggering. I knew my equipment couldn't handle the full depth of the lake, but I'd be goddamned if I wasn't going to try to see as much of it as possible. That's how I spent my summer. I'd work from home, like normal, until the market closed at 4. As soon as the closing bell rang, I was out of the door and into the water. I'd been keeping track of the areas I'd explored in a rudimentary map I'd drawn up on my computer. On that fateful Wednesday in late June, the only area I'd yet to explore on the grid zone nearest pier was the wall of the drop-off itself. And to be honest,
Alright. There's the
I've been
base.
avoiding it. This may sound but I'd held off on exploring the section because of dreams I'd had after my first date. In the dream, I'm underwater. It's not an unusual setting for one of my dreams. Normally, the sensation is free. I float and bob in
Totems and
currents and enjoy
effects.
the
Tentacles.
bliss.
Okay.
And I should tell you, this is not my normal dream. This dream begins with me standing on the edge of the
Okay.
pier.
Oh, totem
The
effects.
sky is black, but
Negates
it
fall
becomes bright
damage
enough for
and
me
lets
to
you
see
jump
without
further
any
when you
problem.
speak midair.
I look down to where I
Gives you
normally
fire
see water.
resistance.
The lake is empty,
Makes you mine faster.
at least.
He's resistant to damage.
Something causes me to lose my balance.
So horse and cow may be a good symbiote.
Instead, I float. The water is invisible. I bob on the surface for a moment. Then something unseeable wraps around my leg. I gasp in a lungful of air, and I'm torn below the surface. I fight against whatever the force is, but it's hopeless. I get carried down. To my eyes, it looks like I'm floating through the air. I still feel water against my skin, though. I know I have to continue holding my breath, and hold that I do, helpless to return to the surface. Part of my mind says to just wait until I can wake up.
Alright, there will be one or
My
two.
body is sucked down off the edge of the shelf. A sheer wall of granite towers in front of me now. After about 50 feet, the pulling stops. I float, motionless, in front of a massive hole in the rock. In perfect clearness of water, I can see the hole is a cave. It goes far into the rock, farther than I can see. I notice multiple tunnels in the sides, and know those, too, branch. A feeling of dread enshrouds me. My lungs burn.
Alright, what do I need?
100 feet of water on top of me, squeezing my skull and threatening
Wolf.
my ears. God, my ears hurt so badly. Wake up.
Totem
I
effects.
whisper to myself.
I need bats, definitely.
Open your eyes. See me. A voice bursts from the mouth of the cave with a colossal surge of water.
Oh, for fuck's
The air
sake.
explodes from my chest and my eyes bulge.
God, at
I
least
gasp.
give me...
Invisible water fills my lungs.
See me like I see you.
My eyes
Bat.
open,
How the
my mind
fuck do I
flooding
get a
my head.
bat?
I've had that same damn
Sure,
dream 3
yeah.
times since I started diving in the lake.
Oh, okay.
It stuck with me. I hated how it tainted my subsequent dives and caused me to dread exploring
Bat.
the unseen zone. I would have
Maybe I
to
should do that in time.
I'd see for myself. It was all just residual
Yeah.
stress from the divorce, repeating the one thing I love. How typical. That Wednesday, I stood on the edge of the pier like I had in my dreams.
Alright,
The
bat.
water was not invisible. It was gray and cold and sloshed
Buffalo.
lazily against the pier's wooden supports. The
And...
sky was cloudy. It looked like it might rain.
Ocelot.
I've always enjoyed diving. in the
Buffalo and
Something
Ocelot.
about the water in the sky, moving the water at the sea or ocean or lake, gave me a feeling of connectedness. As if I could swim all the way to the clouds if the rain were heavy enough.
There you go. That
I
makes
checked the
sense.
readout in my tank, and it was full. I was planning on doing a 2-tank exploration before retiring to the lonely house and drinking my night away. Into the lake I went. A few feet below the surface, the visibility
Alright,
was
so...
low.
Cow...
I was instantly disappointed. It wasn't as bad as it had been the first time. I
Alright,
could see
cow...
20 feet in front of me, but it wasn't.
Horse...
Part of me wished
and
for the
ocelot.
visible clarity of the water in my dream.
Or wait, did I... Is that already Ocelot?
It made the prickles
Shit.
of dread I tried to ignore force themselves into my consciousness.
Yeah, that one's already
I
Ocelot.
swam
It's already
towards
here.
the edge of the underwater cliff. It was easy to locate. An abyss.
So
loomed
cow...
I floated to the edge,
and...
crossed myself, and leapt off. The silt cleared quickly once I was on the other side of the muddy drop. I descended slowly, my hand never leaving the sheer wall of the rock at my side. I checked the depth gauge. 40 feet. 50
Cow... Wolf...
60 feet. A fissure developed in the granite wall. It widened
Cow.
as I sank further. I did my best to avoid
Wolf.
connecting it to my memory of the
Horse.
cave in my dreams. 85 feet down, the fissure became a chasm. Glancing lower, I saw it widen more.
God, I hate doing that.
I had to start kicking my feet and swim back to the surface
Cow.
and forget about this part of the lake. I had
Horse.
miles of lake I could be exploring. There was no need to see this particular spot. My body
Wolf...
overrode the protestations of my mind.
There you go.
At 96 feet down.
I think that's,
beyond before me.
normal.
There was nothing I could do but stare with disbelief at the gaping hole in the rock. I had no
Oh, God
reason
damn
to
it,
know
why do I
of its
do that?
existence. Dreams aren't science. They don't convey new information.
Yeah, and
I'd
they
never been here
cancel
before.
each other out
Never
as
physically. My mind reminded me.
I want them
I
to.
was helpless to ignore the message in that little reminder. No, I've never been there physically.
God damn
But
it.
I have mentally.
Damn it, stop hurting
Let's go
yourself.
in, I thought.
Christ.
See what it's all about. The hatred I felt for myself for betraying my better intentions was profound. I knew I'd obey that betrayal. Curiosity always won out with me. I aimed my body at the center of the cave and kicked. I switched on my headlamp. The ghastly beam illuminated the dim, lifeless walls. 100 feet in. I thought back to the warnings
I don't need
heard
it.
from all the diving
I just don't need it.
Never explore an underwater cave on your own. They'd say, you will die. They emphasize will, as if it were a foregone conclusion, like the first person to discover a cave always dies, like it was the law. 200 feet in, I would have sworn the water was brighter. 300 feet in, I realized it really was brighter. Well, maybe brighter isn't the right word. Clearer? Maybe. Becoming invisible?
Okay,
My
I
mind
definitely
checked.
need more,
400 feet in. I couldn't deny it. The water was
sticks,
invisible.
sunflower,
I looked back at the
dandelion,
mouth of the
poppy.
cave. Its enormity was far less pronounced from that distance. I checked my air.
So
I
I
had
need
half an hour left.
dandelion and
If I
poppy.
left in 10 minutes, I'd have to swim for 20 straight minutes. Cutting it close. Maybe too close. I needed to leave right
No.
away. Don't go yet. Just a little deeper. More betrayal. My flippers pushed me ahead. The walls of the granite were pockmarked here. It appears as if each hole was a separate branch. Disappearing deeper into the
Dandelion.
cave. I imagined
And a
myself
poppy.
being stuck in the narrow walls.
I feel like I could just
struggling
find it
and
here,
screaming
but
until my
I
air bled away and
can't
drowned.
find it.
Never to be found.
All I find is
500
daisies.
feet into the porous confines of the cave, an expanse
Probably
opened
not
before me.
Too
I
far
reached
out
the
here
top
I'll
of the
find them. Yep,
colossal
there's
chamber.
poppies.
Thanks to the invisibility of the water, even though it was dark, my light shone hundreds of feet down. It never reached the bottom. Maybe it's time to turn around. My mind suggested. It was the first
Dandelion.
hint of sense it had made since I left from
And
here. I
sunflowers.
obeyed. I began to turn, and something in the
Shouldn't
water
walk too
changed.
far though.
I felt the pressure shift, as if something had pushed an enormous amount of water out of the way. I turned back toward the chamber.
See me like I see you.
Before I even saw what made the noise, I screamed around my mouthpiece. The voice was so loud, it was a sound unlike anything I'd experienced. Except for the dream, my mind reminded me. Except for the dream. My headlamp illuminated a creature of massive bulk and impossible proportions.
See me.
Paralyzed with primal, palpable horror, I tried to turn my eyes on it. It shimmered and shifted, moving with erratic and stuttering jerks, but at the same time,
least there's a
remaining in
thing
place,
over
like
here.
the infinite presence of the universe itself.
See me.
My head spun. The creature was the embodiment of expansion and collapse.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a sunflower right now, and I don't see nothing, so in a little bit, buddy.
Soap bubbles. Mouths gaped and inverted in the same instance, pinching into geometries that caused pain to erupt behind my eyes when I tried to focus on them.
See me.
I don't know why I did that.
I reflexively checked how much air I had. 3 minutes. My panic had exhausted all of my remaining oxygen. I was dead.
See me like I see you.
The water pressure shifted again.
Dude, I'm
The
not
heinous
trying to
jolts,
see
I
no
felt
one.
My sinuses and bladder and bowels contract and release. A coiled spiral of matter shot from the center of a fleshy bubble between a honeycombed mass of eyes. It tore through the water in my direction.
Can I see?
Before I could move,
Oops.
it split into multiple thinner coils and penetrated my nostrils and eyes through my face mask. I howled with agony and everything went black. I felt the coils corkscrewing behind my eyes and packing my sinuses. I screamed again. The mouthpiece fell out. I scrambled into the darkness for it as my lungs burned. I located it and plunged it back in. I took a deep breath. Nothing came out. This was the end. My end.
See me like I see you.
The blackness evaporated. I gasped, expecting water to fill my lungs. No water. Air. I looked around. I floated in the chamber. The water was still invisible now, though the darkness was gone. Everything was bright. My panic, still near its peak, had again taken the back seat to fascination and curiosity. I could see the creature in front of me without experiencing pain or disorientation. I
had underestimated its enormity. What I had seen before was only the topmost portion. Below, previously hidden by the darkness, was a thick, tube-shaped body reaching 1,000
Because
feet
I
down
need
to the
it,
cabin
and
floor.
I can't
At its
find
base
it.
were webbed appendages like veined leaves or fleshy wings. I tried to blink. My eyelids fluttered uselessly against the coils, piercing my eyes. I felt them turning, drilling deeper and deeper into my head, same with those in my nose. They coiled through my sinuses and chest. I assumed they were why I was able to breathe. See, like I see you. Impaled, I gazed at the creature. Its angles were foreign to me. It was as if it occupied physical dimensions I'd never before encountered. Dimensions my brain wasn't wired to process. See, like I see you. The coils in my eyes widened. I felt my pupils stretch. The world dropped out behind me. I stared at the creature against the backdrop of the stars and glowing nebula. Violet light illuminated us. It was even larger in this new setting. Its bulk stretching
Okay,
beyond
I should
my line
probably
of
head
sight.
back soon.
See with me. I observed the cosmos stretching before me. In the distance, I saw a planet with yellow atmosphere. We traveled. Before I could register the words, the view had changed. We hovered under a yellow sky. Geysers of mercury erupted below us and showered us in a constellation of liquid metal. We traveled. Light beyond light bathed my vision. It was a star. Before my coiled eyes, it burst into a supernova. Hard radiation that would have evaporated me a billion times over struck my body like a gentle caress. I began to weep. Please, I want more. We traveled. I could tell by the change in pressure when we were back in the cavern. The water was black and impenetrable. I could not see the beast looming ahead of me, although I could still feel its coils. What happened there? What are you? I want to go back, please, please. I want to explore more. God, I want to see it all. 2 for 1. What is 2 for 1? 2 of you to incorporate into me. And then you may travel. Two of me. A light burst from the direction of the creature. The coils pulled me toward it.
Man, there's a lot of
Its
cows
flesh
today.
glowed when I peered inside. It was filled with bones, carapaces, and chitinous matter I couldn't recognize. They looked like parts from entirely disparate beings.
Alright, I gotta head
all linked
back.
together by slabs of muscle and tendons to form the
I know
interior of
it
a
should be like
colossus
back
before me.
here.
2 for 1. No sense of realization boomed within me.
2 for 1 deal.
I give you.
Yeah, I wouldn't take this 2 for 1 deal if
Show me
I'm
how to
honest.
explore like you do. Yes. 2 for 1. Okay. I whispered. 2 for 1. I felt the coil straight, and as I moved backwards through the cave, I reached the mouth and swam upward, assisted by the gentle water currents. At the surface, I felt the coils retract from my eyes and sinuses. There was no pain, only a sense of emptiness.
Damn it, where the hell's the
Myself on the shoulder and
sunflower?
looked around. It was almost
I'd take the 2 for 1 deal if I could get a sunflower from it.
I was exhausted. Ignoring the confusion and hunger I felt,
But
I
I don't
hauled
see
myself
nothing.
into bed and slept. My dreams were of the stars. The next morning I called Meg. I told her I wanted to reconcile. I said I wanted her and Penny and me to be a family again. It's been 8 months. Meg and Penny moved into the lake house with me after Christmas. From all outward appearances, a lucky family who triumphed over divorce and despair. Sometimes I even believe it. Every night, I'm granted visions of the sights I see, galaxies. I'm teased by glimpses of what lies outside the curvature of the universe, and everything beyond that as well. Meg and Penny had their first scuba lessons on our trip to Jamaica in January. They loved it. Once the water warms up,
Man, who
like
is this
behind the
guy?
house,
Who is this guy?
I'll give them some more lessons.
He's just been
Go deeper and deeper every time. I know
Just
they'll be
been out here.
amazed when they see the cave.
it's just a
As
shepherd.
for what waits inside, they'll learn
I can't really do much with this guy.
what I did. difference is I'll get to leave the cave while they become a very special part of it. What part I can't say, but I'll be long gone by then. I'll be exploring the stars. All I have to do is just fulfill my part of the bargain. 2 for 1. And I'm well on my way to doing just that.
Okay, got it. Man, can't even find this fucking sunflower. You think there would be some somewhere? But it seems like there's like
Clancy Pasta presents Conditions of Entry, written by P.N. Woodwright and narrated by Clancy.
Lord.
Condition of Entry 1. Visitor is prohibited from referring to subject by name or familial titles. I watched as Sarah placed her large purse, a black leather bag the size of a grocery tote, onto the counter. The receptionist behind the counter handed her a clipboard. Sarah's hips shifted as she leaned forward and began to fill whatever paperwork she had just been handed. The reception area smelled of cigarettes and bleach. I finished my own form, somehow bored, despite the ominous subject matter contained in the conditions. I guess it does not matter what a bureaucracy does. At heart, they are all exactly like the DMV. Sarah brushed her hair away from her face and bit her lower lip. Her eyes darted from one line to the next. After a moment,
Hey, but I should really get a dance. No, not a dance. I should get the things that I should be getting.
Can we go now? She said, not able to hide her impatience. The receptionist checked each page of the return
I
form.
don't think I need these, right?
Open the bag, please, she said with a slow blink. Oh, it's just napkins and makeup.
Giants, flute.
The receptionist yanked the bag down from the counter and peered inside. She reached in as Sarah crossed her arms at the violation. After shuffling through Sarah's possessions, she pulled out a small brown teddy bear with a red bow tie. It was worn. No, it was heavily loved, but newly washed, one button-eye, with recent stitches. Condition of entry number 2. The receptionist scolded. Subject is barred from gifts, treats, and any and all physical tokens of affection. At this, the receptionist dropped the teddy bear into a plastic trash can. It's for the better, she said, with dispassionate authority. I looked down at my own clipboard.
Wait, didn't I need a drum? Oh,
My condition number 2 came
Drum.
with an additional caveat.
wind chime.
All of my conditions did. You have no relation to this woman? The receptionist asked me. 3. Visitor must be accompanied by an objective individual unfamiliar to the events or history of the subject.
But I should probably
This visitor may not
do
be acquainted with
ones that I
2 hours
needed.
visitor, and by all
That,
intents and purposes must be a stranger.
wind chimes and jingle dress.
No, I just met her today, I said.
So wind
As I broke
chimes and
the cough,
jingle
my hands
dress.
sweated. This whole thing was just so bizarre. It was hard for me to turn a pretty lady down to
Stick,
drink,
strings.
especially after my epic dry spell.
Should be
I
fine.
didn't expect the quick errand on the way to the bar to be this.
I need
The
flute.
receptionist stamped my form, then held out the tiny box to me. Sarah did not even blink, just passed hands. I pocketed it at once. Can I see my Sarah started before biting her lip again. Can I see the subject now? The receptionist nodded with a little effort as she pressed the button on the counter. As soon as the button was pressed, the steel door opened. Behind it, a large guard, a placid face, and an AR-15. He was no cop, no security guard either. His uniform lacked any badge or signifier of whatever organization he was with. It was just black. Come with me, he said, with the same bored listlessness as the receptionist.
Okay, good.
Sarah walked past me, blinking quickly. Her mascara had begun to run. Her stride was purposeful, and her heels clicked hard against the
I should
sharp
probably do
lines
it
of the
on
floor.
top of the mountain.
I followed her to the guard to the doorway.
There we go.
Ahead of us was a long and narrow hallway. The
Drum.
walls were as wide as the floor, and the air tasted
Somewhat
stale.
easy.
Each wall was lined with doors, all numbered.
Oh, don't tell me
All of
there's
them
an
with the word
eclipse.
Cuckoo painted in
Some
bold
stupid
black
shit.
letters.
Why is it darker?
No words were exchanged, and just as I started to wonder how far we would have to travel, the guard stopped. Cuckoo 23. Condition of entry 4. The objective individual must remain silent during the visit. Under no
Okay.
circumstances may they speak, except in the case of an emergency. Pronouns and
And jingle
names
dress. I need jingles.
must never be
1, 2.
spoken.
But I need.
The guard looked
4 of
Sarah
them.
over with worry written all over his face.
I just need 4.
Until the council rules otherwise, you will still maintain custody of the subject, he said. They will rule against you. Please. I've seen this a dozen times. It's not your... Let me in, Sarah interrupted. It's a mistake.
Well,
Let
I got enough
me in.
for the jingle dress.
The guard inserted a key into the
But
door and
not
opened
for
it.
much
He
else.
then stepped aside and let us through. Then shut it behind us.
Why is it so dark outside?
Lit under cold and sterile
I'm
fluorescence.
probably just
Said
gonna
the child
stay
in a
inside.
closet-sized room.
Yeah.
5. By signing this form, you acknowledge that the subject is not a child. My mind recited, correcting the mistake. It was chained naked to a steel fold-out chair. The chains were thick, new, and ran their way to every corner of the claustrophobic room, secured to large, thick rings. Its head was hung in sadness as it stared at the floor. Sarah's hand went straight to her chest. Her lips quivered and, blinking, became more rapid. He raised his head, his face raw with tears. Lobby? It said. 6. The visitor must not acknowledge any titles that the subject gives them. Sarah smiled faintly. My hand went straight to my pocket. Where's Daddy? He said, as it cocked its head to its side. Earlier, when I asked her if she was single, she said yes. Death row, Sarah said. Her mascara running, she gave no audible sob. I am not devoid of empathy. Seeing a child, seeing it chained, its mother unable or not allowed to express love or care. It was heartbreaking. But even at this distance, I could see that its eyes were hair width too far apart. Its hair devoid of tingle or oil and shine. The repeated condition 5 in my head. It looked at me then. Mister, have you seen the vacuous sign? A smile lay across its face like a cut in an orange peel. I looked forward and said nothing. Don't, Sarah said sternly to him. sorry, Mommy. It's okay, she replied. You love me? It asked. Sarah shifted away. Her lips parted.
I
as if
just
to say
need
something.
a damn sunflower.
A sniffle answered.
Just a sunflower.
Visitor may not express or acknowledge affection given to or by subject. You don't, it said. You wouldn't die for me. I would, Sarah blurted. Would you kill for me? For you, anything. If any of the conditions are broken, the objective individual is to press the button on the object given to them. I pressed the button on top of the tiny box. Name them, she said, her eyes wide and milky. Name anyone, sweetie. The door burst open. All of them, it said. I closed my eyes and counted only a single shot. It was a wet thud, splash at the floor. When I opened them, Sarah lay on the ground. It looked right at me, looked right into me. Mister, it said. Hey, mister, who are you? What is your name? Have you seen the vacuous sign? I felt suddenly warm, loved, even.
Huh.
My
So there is just wolves around. I want the dire
guard raised hands
wolves.
on my shoulders and
You-
yanked me out of the room. The moment I was in the hallway, he shut the door and locked it.
Well, they're just there, I guess.
I have more questions than answers. I haven't slept since.
Oh shit,
Is
that's the
anyone
sun.
out there down for a day trip? It will only be a quick errand.
Fuck. I don't know why I ran. Shit. I gotta go. I have to go. Holy cannoli.
Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed today's video. I want to give a huge thanks to all of my supporters over at Patreon and YouTube memberships. Your support makes these narrations possible, and I appreciate it a ton. If you'd like to join these lovely ghouls, you can head on over to my Patreon at patreon.com/clancypasta, or click the join button below to become a member. Through Patreon, you can gain access to extra videos, on-screen thanks in the end credits of every video, personal shoutouts in a special video once a month, autographed
Right, yeah.
stickers, merch store discounts, exclusive
God
Discord
damn
goals,
it.
and much, much more. And if you'd like creepy cool shirts, make sure to head on over and check out my official merch store, creepycoolshirts.com, for some awesome tees, hoodies, stickers, and more. Alright, thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a great night. Cheers.
God, I just need a sunflower. Maybe I'll try. Well, I tried going that way.
Hi, I'm Athena, a team member at my local
Mm,
Chick-fil-A,
shut
and I'm
up,
here
shut
going to
up,
about the
shut
Smokehouse
up, shut
barbecue thing.
up.
As I've gotten older, I must have grown to absolutely love reading scary stories at night before I fall asleep. They probably make me think of the dark forest concept. Alone in the dark forest, light a fire to call for help, and then invite predators to instead. Is it better to stumble in the dark where no one can see you? I must love this concept. Every bad outcome in a horror story is the result of a person making a bad decision. It was cause and effect. It was
Oh, why did I bring the crafting stone? No, whatever.
not stay completely safe.
Whatever, it's just another stone.
And I live in my own dark forest.
Mm,
Perfectly normal residential
I just
house.
need a
This indistinguishable anyway from 200 others.
I'm not interested, I'm not interested, I'm not interested, you know?
There's absolutely no reason
Shit.
for my house to stand out.
Shit.
A killer could be walking by my house and choose completely at random. Maybe he
Alright.
777.
So yeah, do give them space.
Perfectly lucky. What are the odds of that?
Dire
happening?
wolves do not like
So I lay in bed.
customers. They're definitely not customer friendly, that's for sure.
I sit in my bed with a screen glued to my face. My stories late into the night. The killer closed the window. His grin slowly broadening.
Are you like sincerely kidding me? Fuck off,
I
man.
believe they would sit there for almost a half hour.
Oh shit. That was actually a bad idea.
Skewed and uncomfortable grin. It gave me every chance to simply look up and see them while they check, so if I'm distracted. But apparently, I'm no coward. I don't give in to my base fear when I look at the window. Even when alarms ring, the back of my head screaming, just take one glance.
Alright, now I just need to
What
go
I do finally
and keep going.
is to a pitch black window, chastening thought of my own foolishness. I don't believe in the pale, grinning face watching me through the window. And I'm not afraid. Besides, my house is safe. I'm not stupid, here or not. Security system monitoring all the windows. Anyone breaking the glass can give me a warning long before they get close to me. I can't even begin to imagine the incredible patience of a person who carve away plastic edges of my window frame with a knife, slowly chipping, peeled away, able to pull the window open without it latching, never setting off the alarm. Trees sound like nothing more than a tree outside, rubbing against on a vinyl siding.
And I just need a sunflower.
And that's a sound completely. It's just a few normal creaks in the night.
All I see is bones.
Great.
Like, I don't want bones, I just want
Also,
a goddamn sunflower.
they bark when a squirrel so much as farts outside. So why would I ever need to worry? I have a loud barking warning of anyone entering my house. I have absolutely no respect for the genius it would take to slide a tube into the house with dog treats.
Old Spice, deal. Number one aluminum free brand.
Reese's and Hershey's Zero Sugar.
Shut
You'll
up.
check the label twice.
No, I'm not gonna check it at all.
Tube that carefully blows poison into the face of any poor dog that likes the peanut butter on its tip. That takes so much patience, I can't even begin to imagine it. I might even hear the sound of my dog's rumbling slightly, and then slouching down on the floor. But those are everyday sounds. I don't need to get up to investigate. The dogs will warn me off first, so I'm not afraid. All of this is backed up by the comfort of my own house. I must know every creak and groan it gives. And someone
Yeah,
with
not
incredible
interested.
patience and fortitude would have to spend 47 minutes and 13 seconds wiggling on their belly, downstairs rooms, up the stairs, just in order towards setting off any great creaks, awkward footsteps. So I can lay comfortable, confident in my bed, my husband asleep, snoring beside me, while I listen to the odd creak and moan downstairs choice.
I don't know where to go.
It's like going up the stairs.
Damn sunflower.
Realizing alarm. Stomach.
Unless there's like a sunflower plane.
I listened. Moved towards me.
Maybe I should look for that.
So slow. Takes so long. I realize it must be that. I'm not afraid. More rejoice. I'm too old for that. Besides, the dogs haven't barked, and the alarms haven't chimed. I'm not afraid. Even still, maybe waits out the bedroom door. The bathroom light is on, raw. Anyone who wanted to sneak into the bedroom walked past it first, leaving an unmistakable silhouette. Someone was so unbelievably intelligent that if they crouched down, shuffled past the light, leaving a silhouette the same size as my big old dogs. Why? Far too smart to question that. I want to believe so badly that it's just my big old dog sliding around upstairs. I've been blowing myself even
An
deeper.
eagle, but I can't get
As
an
long as I
eagle.
keep reading, it's
So,
not
yeah.
paralyzing feeling of fear. It can move even deeper into my back. Like I said, I haven't made any mistakes. In the stories, it's only when the stupid hero gets up and walks around the house with a flashlight that they see what they shouldn't have seen. Besides, I'm not
Okay.
afraid. Am I? After all, what is there to be afraid of? This sort of brilliant and inventive man.
Damn it,
who
why do I
always
need it?
thinks he could weigh more than 90 pounds. He would be skeletally thin, so he can move lightly and carefully in any house he chooses.
So
Of
mundane?
course, it means that
Those
if anyone
mundane
stood up and walked
saplings.
around their house and found him, they could easily
Is it just any
take him away.
sapling?
Although
It can't just be any sapling.
I wouldn't even hear him in my own bedroom as he moved closer. Painstakingly, 1 inch at a time, for a minute after a minute. Wouldn't that make a
It just
sound?
has to be any
Fabric
sapling,
on
right?
fabric? Rustling, breathing, anything. Then again, maybe I hear it. So low, so soft, so close. that I won't let myself believe it. Maybe I've been reading my stories for so long that my own brain deceived me. How stupid would I have to be to have someone so achingly close to me? Not even look over and see them. I suppose they can hide under the bed while we do. But I don't believe in monsters under the bed anymore. So I'm not afraid. And I breathe so shallowly, so quickly.
Like how?
Maybe I am a little afraid. The scary stories I'm reading are so engrossing after all.
How do
Screen
I
hovers
do it?
inches from my face.
Red
Right.
Rise of Spring ceremony.
My night vision.
Ceremony.
The stories heavy
Rise of Spring.
points. Probably swear I can see a face in the corner of my vision. Grinning, grinning, grinning at me. Such a patient face. Or maybe I believe in the Matrix. Human mind's desperate desire to turn every shape.
God damn it. I need a okay, I need a flute and tone strum.
After all,
Okay, so I didn't need that. I need a flute and a drum. Because of course I do.
face beckons, begging me to take my one last chance to see it, to protect myself. Because after
Oh,
all,
it's all sugar
at
cane
this
and
point, I'll certainly only be playing with
tall
it.
grass.
If I move to look over, it's so lightly
Yeah, just
lit,
any grass or
it's
fern.
gone whenever it adjusted my eyes to where it was, or another light to see it. Clearly, my brain is the truth. Drunk on an intoxicating mix, frightening stories, and not enough sleep. I'm not afraid at all. When I finally feel a tiny pinprick in my neck, I start to fall asleep. I'm still not.
Cat getting too cool. Show him Temptations Tenderfills.
I hate that. And a drum.
I'm sure
Wood and leather.
or any one of 100 other things. I'm so unafraid that I've left my Reddit page on, sitting on r/nosleep, so that anyone can take over and write a story under my name.
Righty.
Everything fades to black. I don't feel any problem with that. The last thing I see is a hideously formed, grinning face. Right back at me as my eyes close. Its eyes are sunken in. Its shape, skeletal,
Oh, god damn it.
its grotesque, twisted grin, sheer excitement. It's unmistakable. It won't be awake long enough to really do it. That will come tomorrow.
Not really what I needed,
My
but
husband and I
you
both
know,
wake up at the chairs.
but I need a flute and then the drum.
Maybe animated with rage.
But I think I did it
It's
twice.
undeniable. One of the most arousing, anticipated parts of the whole dance. What will I do?
Maybe the jingle dress is
Find out.
really fucked with
Scary
me.
stories don't need monsters. Fear can come just as surely from a potato slowly penetrating the skin of the
Well, I really don't need this.
Fear can be found in a red-hot soldering iron between the tips of the fingernails. Fear did not have many eyelids. Being forced to
God
watch it
damn it,
all.
how the hell do I do it again?
Maybe that's the best part of it.
I did this for some goddamn reason.
Realization that ghosts and otherworldly beings, paranormal forces, they all don't have nearly as much power as a perfect,
God damn it.
scheming little man who's willing to take 3 hours
But I need a wind
and
chime.
3 minutes just to get this ringless distance from me. You could just take a little time to brag. That much patience. But these stories are so wonderful, so perfectly useful, so captivating. They create the perfect false narrative. One with the world makes sense. With enough preparation and sensible
Oh, shit.
decisions, your safety is always guaranteed.
Oh my god.
And home is always safe. Again and again, people go to their beds
Alright.
secure in their own safety. They sleep apart
Oh, come on. I'm able to pick this up.
No one will ever
Be
pose
dumb
as
not to.
maintenance men. Should be locked into their apartments. Lying in their closet. No one would wait 11 hours. Perfect opportunity.
Okay.
Slowly inch towards them. Back. While they were screaming warning in their head.
Right, I should probably bring the wind chimes down here
They're
then.
not afraid. They sleep in their parents' houses, completely convinced that no one
I should be just able to pick it up.
the patients.
Okay, I'm not
They're at it.
picking it up.
Roof
So I'm just gonna
Rain
break
at
the
it.
thing under it
They still
and use that.
listen to them eat, go to bed.
And the buffalo one is...
Back, lay down. After all,
Come on, am I not allowed to
only a few
do it
small
right
rain
now?
sounds at night. They're not afraid. In their shotgun houses, no astute virtuoso shimmied his thin body through one window, not his
Okay,
lungs.
whatever. Then I'll just place that.
No sign.
I
Barely
don't remember.
breathing.
I'm just gonna get rid of this tree because I don't want to see it anymore.
He checks under the bed and
God damn it. Fucking boy. Howdy.
because after all,
Isn't that
stories
frustrating still?
so perfect.
What am I...
Somewhere along the way, the hero made a mistake. Say, beyond the door,
I'm just gonna take this tree down because I don't want to
so
see it
dumb,
anymore.
and the reader so smart. All they need to do is not look behind the door.
I don't need this
Not
tree
look up
here.
the book.
This tree's gonna be
Without causing
away
offense.
because I know I can't hold it. I
There's
can't do
always
much with
a
it
monster to exist.
other than throw it out after I'm done.
You walk away from it. Isn't that wrong? The fear everyone desires. One that is within their control. How much more paralyzing is it to live in a world where there's no way you can ever avoid them?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take this all into over here and just toss it in because I don't need any of it right now. I can't do anything with any of this until like stage 4 and I'm surrounded by them, so I am totally fine with getting rid of one tree.
If only I had known such people in the world. I would have been afraid.
Bone meal. Do I got bone meal?
Hey everyone,
I should
I
just
hope you
have
enjoyed today's video.
bone
If you
meal.
want to see more, let me know in the comments below. And tell me what you thought of this narration. Make sure to follow me on Twitter for updates. And if you'd like to get early videos, shout-outs, high-quality MP3 downloads of my narrations, and
So how
much,
do I
much more,
do
I'd
it?
appreciate it if
Oh,
you
it
check out my
has
Patreon
no
page.
selector
It's
mode.
a place where you can help support my channel while getting awesome rewards in the process.
Okay.
And every pledge helps out a ton, no matter the size. So if you'd like to see all the rewards I offer and consider becoming a patron, it'd mean a ton to me if you click the link in the description.
Be right off the Harley Road.
Fuck off.
In Nashville, studying.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care enough. I don't care enough.
Living in a big city isn't easy. If you're not in a cushy job, you have to work insane hours to
Yeah, do I
afford
gotta be
a shack
near
of an
it?
apartment. Sadly, I'm one of those people. I do have dreams and aspirations that drive me to stay
Well, I
here.
could just make another
But currently,
totem
I'm stuck in a dead-end job to make ends
with
meet.
whatever else I need
I tried to make the
because
most
I'm
of
not
my
moving
evenings,
those anymore.
but inevitably, I had to sleep on a set schedule to make sure I can properly function for a full week's work. This would be simple if it wasn't for the fact that I, for some reason, struggle to sleep. It was trying to discover why that led me down the strangest rabbit hole I could possibly imagine. For some reason, at just before 3 in the morning, I would always wake up in a start. After this, I would be unable to sleep for around an hour before resting for the remaining time before I had to be up for
Please,
work.
just let me take
I
my
would
fuck.
talk to co-workers, asking for
Yeah,
advice.
whatever.
One recommendation
I'm not going back in
was
for
followed.
more fucking trees.
They said they use the smartwatch to track their sleep. I was told you can pick
Ah,
up all the models
why
for
do that?
relatively cheap. So I
Wait a
went
minute.
about second-hand
Okay,
stores
that doesn't
until I
do
found the one
nothing.
they recommended. This was great. I used it every night to track my sleep. More importantly,
Oh my
how
god.
much deep sleep I got. And it was apparent that I was the
I don't know,
lowest in
it's
that
the little
department.
things that really
Tracking
fucking
deep sleep
hate.
is significantly important. You can sleep for 8 hours, but if you don't get much deep sleep, or REM, then you can still be exhausted when you wake. Some common factors to this can be a lack of a schedule or alcohol, none of which were factors that should have affected me. I now had graphs and charts showing why I would sometimes wake up groggy, and
Base.
it all led to that mysterious hour
Okay,
of being
so
awake. It would slice my deep sleep time in the middle.
I got both cow and
drastically
buffalo. I
drive
got
the
horse. I got
consistent time
ocelot.
spent
I
in
got
there.
bat, and I
The smart
got
helped me track things, but never told me why I was being so restless,
wolf.
nor how to fix it.
Uh,
I tried all means I could find to remedy this.
right.
I bought a
Totem.
basic over-the-counter sleep aid at the local pharmacy.
No wait.
My
Yeah,
next became a
totem.
chemistry test to see what
So
worked
I
and
guess I did
what didn't. Some
buffalo.
helped me fall
I did
asleep
bat.
faster, and feel
I guess
amazing during the
Enderman,
first hours of sleep. But I
pig,
did inevitably wake up around
and
3
spider.
and
Enderman,
struggled to pass
pig,
out again
spider.
until 4, no matter what. I tried with sleep masks and earplugs, but that only confirmed that it wasn't
Pig.
any sort of disturbance in the neighborhood.
Pig.
It got so bad that it started affecting my work. So I explained all this to my manager, and she agreed
God
that I
damn
would seek
it.
professional help. I booked a doctor's appointment and was allowed to take a day off work to try
Friday.
and sort all this out.
So I could do that now.
It took a while of fully explaining all the troubleshooting I had done beforehand to the doctor. They were
Righty.
puzzled by my case.
Now I could actually
guess
do
getting
the
it
ceremony.
It did sound rather bizarre. He clicked around on his computer for a few minutes before settling and prescribing me the strongest sleep aid they had. I can't even begin to try pronounce its name, but in layman's terms, he described them as basically minor tranquilizer. When I got home, I stared at the little bag containing the box of pills. I was hesitant. I was more than happy to accept any solutions before leaving. But after hearing how powerful these things were, I started to get cold feet.
Come on! What the fuck is that?
I psyched myself up that this was going to be for the best.
That was stupid!
Precious time off work.
Why could I not do anything?
It'd be a slap in the face of my manager who allowed me to take the
Okay,
$20 day off.
whatever. I'll make a maraca
And took the correct
to
pills
do that
and
one
tried to find
final bit of
peace
no, you need to do like 3
At night.
instruments instead.
Things were different.
Okay.
I had the
Because,
best night's sleep in the longest while. I hadn't slept through the night like that since moving to this apartment. This went on every day. I would work,
I'm gonna do that again.
relax, and take my prescription and sleep through the night. Only one thing bothered me. More often than not, I would still feel a bit exhausted each day, despite the extra sleep I was getting. I was starting to feel like the problem was one I could never fix. But I decided to see what I could investigate a bit more. I checked my sleep app that my smartwatch used. Each night, I would get a full night's sleep.
My
Did you not check Zytol at night for new energy while you sleep.
But why?
Refresh.
Why is that one like so stupid to play?
Give 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise or
Shut up.
But despite not liking
I don't want to hear you.
my deep sleep would end around then and resume not long after 4 a.m.
I mean, I got a jingle dress. I don't know what it does.
Around and moving along in that hour.
It has no slang.
I was baffled at this.
What does this
Even
do
while
anyway?
passed out, I was still restless in that hour. This left me more confused than ever before. Despite my intense investigation, I suddenly had more questions than I did answers. I decided to take a step in a different direction and investigate the physical side of things. I bought the cheapest security camera I could with a night vision mode and set it up at the right side of my bed and left it recording all night.
Come on.
When I woke, I remembered to turn it off. After that, I got ready for work as
What? Why?
with my day.
Why?
On break,
Why does it stop?
in case things were different. But
It's
no,
so stupid when it does that.
around 6
Why?
a.m., I was apparently moving
That is so stupid.
which continued for about an hour before
It's literally so dumb.
work finally finished.
Just
and I got
let
home,
me
ready to see
fucking
if I could find some
do that.
definitive.
It is ridiculous that it won't let me just finish it. Just let me finish the goddamn ceremony, please.
Around when I was getting ready for bed, I could see me click the camera on, stare at it for a moment, before knocking off the light and making my way to the bed. When the light flicked off, the infrared sensor kicked in, and everything was washed in a soft grey. The software that accompanied the camera automatically scrubbed through the footage, switching between various speeds, depending on if movement was picked up. Sometimes it would slow the footage as I switched positions in bed, which I'd study, seeing nothing noteworthy. Then it would speed back up. 11 p.m. passed, and the thing
No,
screamed.
what?
Then
What
midnight,
was...
then 1 a.m. At 2 a.m., I noticed a bit more stirring, but other than that, everything was
I'm
fine
not in the mood for that
until the
stupid
end
shit.
of the hour hit. Suddenly, I watched as I first started moving erratically, like I was having an intense nightmare. Then I started thrashing about. It's surreal watching yourself do something you don't ever remember doing, especially when it's something you feel you'd never do in any context. You feel a loss of control, despite it being in the past. I could see my body flailing around in a panic, my chest raising rapidly, almost hyperventilating. I felt sympathy watching my lifeless body suffering, which created a strange emotion knowing it was me. By then, I was watching intensely as the playback locked to a normal speed. I leaned forward in anticipation as I studied to see if I could spot what was causing this panic. If I were to hazard a guess at that moment, it looked like I was trying my hardest to wake up. However, all movements seemed to give up most of the way through. My arms would lift up, only to fall in soon after. Visible evidence that a mild tranquilizer was doing its job. I watched as my body ragdolled and limply rolled to the right side of the bed, towards the camera. My eyes were closed peacefully, but my face was wearing signs of distress. Then, I started to see why. The closet door on the far side of the shop slowly swung open. The hollow black entryway lingered for a few moments, my mind trying to piece together how the door opened. Something long and thin slowly poked out of the closet, placing itself delicately on the floor, followed by another long appendage reaching out and gripping the door frame. This thing pulled out a figure that sent me reeling back in shock. A strange being emerged from the closet, looking around as if a bit confused. Before it was even fully out, I could see how long it was, simply from how bent the limbs were as it pulled itself out of the small space. Once it locked onto my sleeping form, it crept its way to the side of my bed. I could see my face in the video stirring as it approached. When the creature was closer, I could not compare any feature it had to anything in the animal kingdom. Everything about it looked off. Unnatural pieces forming a living, natural being. It stood still on the left side of the bed, opposing the camera, most of its frame hanging out of shot. Unblinking, I watched as it hunched over and put its face eerily close to my helpless body. Even though I wasn't there now, I felt every ounce of fear I should have had in that moment. Once it took position, it just stayed there, watching as my body struggled, then fell in. I jumped a bit and the footage suddenly started scrolling forward, the lack of movement making the automatic fast forward kick in. There were moments my body lashed out, causing the footage to stop to a crawl. Each time the figure would flinch back, along with myself watching the footage. Then my sleeping body would fall still, and the creature would resume its observant position. As it did, the fast forward would click back on. The time rolled by until it neared 4 a.m. As it did so, my body started rolling around in another state of panic. As I did, the creature took its lead, slowly creeping back to the closet. As soon as the door clicked shut, my sleeping form felt peaceful, almost looking relaxed. As it looked like I rested, the fast forward clicked back on and didn't stop until the footage ended with me waking up and turning the camera off. I hesitantly checked my phone app and confirmed that each movement I made correlated to restless moments in my sleep. Any denial I had about the footage was quickly out the window at that point, and I knew this was serious. My mind was going a mile a minute. Fear consumed me as I soaked in everything I had seen. My mind soon turned to the closet. I weighed up whether that creature only emerged in the witching hour of the morning, or if it was there as I stared. I was pulled out of this trance when a loud bang sounded in the room, emanating from the closet door. I didn't take my chances. I took off as fast as I could. I didn't even look back, nor did I grab anything important. I just ran. I made it to the apartment lobby, completely out of breath. I barked at the first person I saw to give me their phone so that I could call the police. When they saw me in the panicked state I was in, they saw no other choice than to comply. I reported that someone was hiding in my closet and that I caught it on camera. I alluded that it was a person, as I wanted them to take me 100% seriously. The police hastily arrived, and I directed them to my apartment. They promptly turned the place over, looking for any sign of a break-in or unwanted residents. Sadly, they found nothing. I asked them to follow me to my computer, where I clicked around frantically, trying to pull up the
Oh
file.
my
I checked my
god.
storage devices. Saw nothing except the normal C drive.
That is so
I followed my brow,
fucking
trying to see where the
dumb.
folder went. Once it hit me,
Fuck.
I snapped my neck to look in the SD card slot. It was empty. Because of this, along with no evidence found of foul play, the police informed me they couldn't help me. They left, giving me a half-baked assurance that they'd possibly send a spare patrol in the area that night. I was soon left alone,
What the hell is this spider?
contemplating my options. I can't leave because I have nowhere to go. But I can't stay here because I'm afraid of what lurks in the closet. For the first time in my life, I truly have no
Come
idea
on.
what to do.
God damn it. You know, I kind of don't want a spider in my head, in my crib. So, surprisingly not.
Every year, there's a must-buy for Valentine's Day, and this year was a new box of chocolates. Valentine's Day draws out many different crowds, but every time it's the same. You get the forever alone people that fervently complain about being alone on the holiday, which ironically is a horribly unattractive trait, thus reinforcing that they will be alone for the holiday. You get the negative Nancy's who are mad at the holiday for being so couple-enforced, seemingly ignoring the fact that you just spent time with a close friend or family. And don't get me started on the Valentine's Day is a hallmark holiday people that seem to think the commercialization automatically erases any sense of sincerity that can be achieved from the day. This is in contrast to the die-hard fanatics that want to go hard on everything for the holiday. And though I love her to pieces, sadly Megan, the girl I'm dating, falls into this category. Though we've both grown up since our younger puppy love days, where every day had to be special, she still loves to be spoiled on Valentine's Day. So, when a local advertisement made
Oh,
its
thank
rounds,
God, it's gone.
this year's must-have was Hearto chocolates, the most cliche-looking Valentine's chocolate bundle I'd ever seen. Megan had to have them. They were advertised to be the latest in chocolate innovation. The fillings were these small brown balls of flavour, touted to be the new truffle, but much more affordable. All the details were heavily pushed in all the local ads and posters plastered across our town. She more than hinted that this was what she wanted. And you know what? I was actually ecstatic about it. To me, chocolate was much more affordable than some limited edition jewelry that'll only be worn for a day, or a huge, overpriced bear that would very quickly merge into the pile of plushies she kept. Chocolate was usually seen as a cop-out gift, so the fact that she asked for it was a godsend to me. A sentiment that some of my other friends thought too. I happily promised to get her a box and told her we'd have a fun day together. The only problem was, my friends and I weren't the only ones to pick up on this great deal, and the queues ran around the block in most of the stores that stocked the chocolates. Every man and dog was getting them as an easy, affordable, yet thoughtful gift this year, so most stores immediately ran out of stock. Whoever ran this company's marketing department was
I need
damn
to get
good
more
at the jobs.
bones.
I ended up having to do a bit of research to try snag a box. It turned out the company behind these chocolates were a local puppet company that seemingly opened overnight. This was their debut product and timed it perfectly to cash in on Valentine's Day. Their PR was perfect. They created a perceived value similar to what made Apple such an appealing company. The status of the item and a feeling of exclusivity on top of the quality of the item itself.
I need that.
In the end of the day, it was just chocolate. Just like an iPhone is just a phone. But the inherent notion of owning it held status value and bragging rights. Sadly, because they were just situated in our town, it meant I couldn't just skip over to the city and find a heavily stocked store. So my friends and I hopped in my car and we did the rounds to all the stores that received stock.
Well,
We bounced around store
that guy
to store,
just
asking staff
vanished.
the question that must have burned their ears all week. We'd occasionally look out and find a store with one left. Because I was the driver, I let them have first dibs.
And I'll take those as well.
They twisted my arm into that deal. I guess they figured that if I got the box, I'd be less inclined to drive them around. Which was true, and I was their only ride. Eventually, everyone had one, except me. I dropped them all home, the irony being that they no longer wanted to stick around since they already had a box, and left me alone to search for one myself. I wasn't mad since we did this kind of stuff to each other all the time. I carried on bouncing around town, confident I could snag a last-minute batch. However, the later things dragged on, the more I realized it wasn't going to happen. My confidence got the
I
better
can bring
of
you
me.
into that
And it bit me in
1x2
the ass.
hole, then I'm happy.
I was devastated
Come on.
because
I'm Kevin Hart.
You come with.
Kevin Hart.
I am Kevin Hart. I'm Kevin Hart, and I love acting. But my true call.
I knew she'd be devastated.
Fuck.
It didn't help that, despite the company's best attempts to create enough stock for demand, they were still a new company, so stock was awfully limited. I tried
And
calling
I
the
hate it
company
when
and
I
asking
just
if they
let
still
go of
had
it for a
stores in other
second.
towns.
And it takes them like
I was
5
willing to
years
go
to
along.
regain consciousness. I don't know
However,
what
they
it
simply
is.
told me this room was exclusive to our town. I presumed they were using their home turf as a testing ground. Valentine's Day came, and I had to face the music. I gently let Megan know the truth, that I simply couldn't get the chocolates in time, though not from lack of trying. Her response took me by surprise. She wasn't mad or upset, though I optimistically hoped for that. But on top of that, she was happy. She had heard the effort I went through and was happy at the gesture more than the product. I was ecstatic. This motivated me to make the day I had planned even more special. And we ended up having a great time. While we were having a nice dinner date, I checked my messages.
How you doing?
On top of the
Oh,
group chat that often flared with
Alright.
messages.
well,
I
that
got a
helps.
private message from one of the friends I drove around. He told me he was the one who tipped off Megan about her escapades, and he and his girlfriend had a great idea. They would save half the box for me to give to Megan the day after. I politely asked him if they were sure, and he simply told me his girlfriend wanted it out of curiosity and was happy with just trying some. So, with that in mind, I carried on with my date and sneakily never told Megan, ready to surprise her. The morning after, Megan was more than happy. We had hit a high point in our relationship, which she admitted to me. This made me feel even more excited that I had a chance to add more to this emotional fire we were stoking. She left for work, and I timed it so my friend would drop off the box without Megan's knowledge. He came quickly and handed them to me, neatly rewrapped to make it more presentable. He asked him where his girlfriend was, and he told me she wasn't feeling too well. Knowing he'd be alone and wanting to make up for the favor, I asked if he wanted to hang out. He told me he was starting to come down with something as well, and opted to leave. I shot him a quip that I'd make up for this favor in the future, which he gave a grin and left. I hid them in plain sight and played around for the rest of the day, waiting for Megan to get off. When she eventually did come home, a few hours later than she should have, she was exhausted. She was in a rut, saying over and over that she felt like she had to work 10 people's jobs. Apparently, there were a lot of no-shows that day, since a lot of people called in sick. There were rumours something was going around, but she just chalked it up to post-Valentine's Day hangovers. Her mood flipped when she saw it. I straight away wanted to tell her the truth, so I could explain why I never gave her the chocolates to her on Valentine's Day, and why the box was half empty. But before I could even get a word out, she screamed in disgust. She slammed it shut and put it back down in haste. This took me back.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back.
Fuck off.
I didn't think it was that bad to have a hand-me-down. She scowled in anger towards me, shooting me with an accusatory look. I asked her what was wrong. Confusion plastered across my face. When she saw me confused, her anger devolved to a matching level of confusion. All she told me was to look inside, but to be careful. I slowly peeked inside and immediately slammed it shut. Some of the chocolates had small blemishes on top, and from each one were tiny brown beads gently wriggling themselves free from their cage. The easier ones to see were the chocolate shells that were cracked and had freed their wriggling prisoners. I didn't look for long, but that was enough to see they were small, chocolate-coloured little worms that were hidden within each bite-sized piece of chocolate. I didn't look for long, but that was enough to see they were small, chocolate-coloured little worms that were hidden within each bite-sized piece of chocolate. They looked infantile in nature.
I should
was
probably make
mortified.
this the...
I confirmed what I saw, giving detail without thinking, causing Megan to run to the bathroom, a heaving sound accompanying her. I grabbed the nearest roll of tape and took to wrapping the box 1,000 times over. While mindlessly trying to secure the box, a thought came to my head, and I flicked on the TV. On every local channel, there were news reports doing big exposés on the Heart of Chocolate product and its company. There were calls of a town-wide emergency, and all authorities were on high alert. Though they were also reporting that the emergency services were woefully understaffed with the pandemic due to a large number of workers who were also infected by the chocolates. When Megan returned, we sat there and watched everything unfold. The evening started with talks of quarantine and riots, and things progressed through the night to the borders of our town being shut off and a form of martial law trying to keep the peace. All the while, I was keeping an eye on social media. I saw updates that my friends fell victim to the illness. A lot of them either taken to the hospital or complaining and how long the emergency services were taking to get to them. It was pandemonium. Everyone was terrified for their safety. I held Megan close, but in my head, I didn't know if it was for her comfort or mine. The last thing we saw on TV was a shot of an interviewer in an ER room. He was showing the aftermath of the effects of the chocolate, doing a deep dive on the symptoms people were feeling. Phrases like intense stomach pains, nausea, uncontrollable vomiting, headaches, scrolled past the screen. There were even weirder symptoms that were reported. Psychological ones, like hearing a constant wriggling, or even hearing strange voices. One person even stated it was the unmistakable voice of a deceased loved one. No one knew what to make of any of it. People were becoming delusional. And this was only if the victim could talk. Some were falling into a comatose state, barely responding to any stimulus. Suddenly, there was a scream from down the hall, followed by the cameraman letting out an audible gasp. This left the anchor confused, a look of annoyance at the unprofessional disruption from what should have been a silent cameraman. But that was because the cameraman could see what was coming, whereas the news anchor could not. Behind the anchor was a figure, slowly stumbling towards him. His neck was disturbingly bent back, his mouth open at an inhuman girth. From his throat was a large, wriggling mass, which when closer looked like the tip of a large worm. It looked extremely uncomfortable. However, the figure didn't seem bothered. The way he moved, it looked like he wasn't in any sort of control, acting like he was moving on some sort of unconscious instinct. I wasn't even sure if he could breathe. Before the anchor had the initiative to turn around, it was too late. The figure grabbed the anchor's hair with an ungodly strength and yanked his head back, forcing his mouth open. Before he could let out any scream, the writhing head of the worm bent down and vomited a mass of small, brown dots. Megan looked away, not knowing what was going on. But my mind instantly made the connection. The dots were reminiscent of the egg-like dots that were baked into the chocolates. The mystery unraveling far too late for me to do anything about. The shot cut after the camera swung back, indicating the cameraman's upper body was also yanked back. This left the screen on a high-pitched whine, and the visuals nothing but a TV color test screen. No more broadcasts were shown after that. I told Megan to stay put and rushed into the garage to grab any and all hardware supplies I could carry. I boarded up all the windows and doors on the lower floor, just about having enough wood and nails to do so. I made sure we turned off all the lights and sealed the windows with fabric and tape. I emphasized many times over for her to never make a sound and to keep all lights off, no matter what. She was terrified, but compliant, taking my grave tone seriously. She thought of me as acting out of bravery, but I never let on that it was actually fueled by fear and also a hidden motivation. In a brief moment, I looked out the garage window. I saw a glimpse of what was going on outside. I saw the fires of panic, people rushing around in fear. I saw people lying on the ground, passed out. Standing above them were figures with their heads impossibly snapped back, the writhing brown point wriggling in success. After seeing what happened to the anchor, it wasn't hard to figure out what happened to the unconscious people. My goal was to never let us see what was going on outside, and to keep whatever was outside from seeing us. I I hear the tearing of helicopters above and the chatter of military-sounding radios in the street. Occasionally, there's the clatter of gunfire. But from the screams, I have no idea who's winning. All we can do is wait.
Teardrop bone? Maybe? I don't know, I already had a bone, so... Oh my god, I don't care.
There were no windows on my train to Moscow. To be fair, it wasn't a passenger train.
The plane shook and dipped slightly. My fingers gripped the armrest so hard I could feel my nails digging into the fake leather. A soft ding sound filled the cabin as the seatbelt light came on overhead. I hadn't taken mine off since we boarded, light or no light. "Nervous flyer, eh?" said the man next to me, a portly gentleman with thinning gray hair and a disheveled business suit. How can you tell?" I asked him sarcastically with a timid smile. "Well, you're sweating bullets, white as a ghost, and gripping that armrest like someone's gonna try to rip you off it." "Yeah, I'm not great at the whole flying thing." He clapped me on the shoulder. I wasn't really okay with strangers invading my personal space, but let it go. I had to spend another 4 hours next to this man after all. "You're not alone, my friend." He laughed and held up his hand, exposing his fingernails. They had been chewed to nubs. "My nervous habit is chewing my nails. Every flight I wear them down to nothing." I smiled and nodded, doing my best to look friendly. I honestly couldn't give a shit about this guy's nervous habits, especially not while the plane was still bouncing up and down. I heard something shift in the compartment above me and returned my gaze to the portly nail-biter. He was still smiling, all friendly-like, as if he were waiting for a response. "Tom," I said, finally letting go of the armrest and watching my knuckles turn from white to a softer pink as I reached my hand out to the man. He reciprocated the gesture and wrapped his pudgy, clammy hand around mine, giving it a hearty shake. "Jerry," he said jovially. "What are the odds, huh?" I raised an eyebrow, confused for a moment. Then I realized what he meant and let out a genuine chuckle. "Yeah, that's pretty funny." I meant it, but it still sounded disingenuous. I returned my gaze to the window on my right. I pondered for a second why I always chose the window seat on planes when I was terrified to my core of flying. I always regretted it. Still, the shade stayed up the whole flight. I looked out into the darkness, nothing surrounding us but clouds and shades of gray. The shaking finally stopped, and I did my best to let my body relax. "So why are you heading to London?" Jerry chimed in again, thinking he'd made an in-flight friend. I turned my head back in his direction and looked down the aisle. The flight attendant was still rows and rows away from me, and I needed a drink bad. Job interview," I said. "I've always wanted to move overseas, and..." The plane shook again, hard this time. I watched the flight attendant lose her footing a bit and nearly knock her drink cart into one of the passengers. The lights were dimmed in the plane's cabin, and I could swear I saw a flash of green light as the plane shook. I turned my head to look out the window again and saw nothing. Just a bit of job," I heard Jerry say next to me. I wasn't sure if he was reassuring me or himself. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Hi, folks. This is your captain speaking. We have hit some heavy turbulence here, so we'd like to ask everyone to stay in their seats with their seatbelts fastened, and we'll try to break through this as quick as we can for you." My hands returned to the armrest as I watched Jerry sink his teeth into his thumbnail. The intercom came on again. "All flight attendants to their seats, please." I watched as the flight attendants did their best to calmly walk to their seats in the forward and back sections of the cabin and buckle up. None of them looked nervous, though, so I did my best to try not to panic. The plane continued to shake. The dim overhead lighting briefly flickered as the plane took a dip that made my heart fly up into my throat. Just a little chop," I heard Jerry repeat, now convinced that he was certainly talking to himself. I thought to myself how much I would have preferred not to have a flying-phobic person sitting next to me at that moment. I moved my attention from him back to the window. Neither was a good option, but I really couldn't watch Jerry freak out right now. As I stared out into the dim moonlight sky, I saw something. Only a brief glimpse, but whatever it was massive and drenched in shadow. I only caught the tail end of it before it dipped below the clouds and out of my sight. I pressed my face up against the window, hoping to catch it again, but it was gone. Suddenly, the plane rocked again. It was even harder this time. The cabin lights went off for a full 5 seconds as the plane shook more violently than it had yet. I heard a woman scream, a baby cry. A flight attendant called out, asking everyone to remain calm. I was not calm at all. My heart thumped at a mile a minute. A green light filled the darkened cabin, just like the flash from before. This time it lasted longer though, maybe 10 seconds, before it was replaced once again by the normal white glow of the cabin lights. The rocking stopped and the motion of the plane began to calm. The intercom came to life again.
Alright folks, looks like we are through the worst of it. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to stay in their seats and keep their seatbelts fastened though. Flight attendants will come by and check on everyone and take your drink orders in just a few minutes.
I heard Jerry let out a huge wheeze next to me. Perhaps it was supposed to be a sigh of relief, but I couldn't really tell.
Ah, crap.
Jerry said, getting my attention finally. He was sucking on his thumb like he was trying to save the last few precious drops of barbecue sauce from a particularly good rack of ribs.
What?
I asked, with a curious tone over a concerned one.
I bit my finger. I guess I chewed too far down and drew blood.
I thanked whatever God existed for keeping him from taking his thumb from his mouth and showing me. That was not a sight I wanted to see. I turned my head back towards the window. The air outside had taken on a green tint, something barely noticeable, but if you looked hard enough, it was there.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about that.
What?
I said to Jerry via the window. The massive black shape had returned. I could see it just below the surface of the clouds, not visible enough to tell what it was. My mind tried to reconcile it with something I understood. A blimp? No, not this fucking high. At least, I didn't think so. Whatever it was bigger than a 747 by a long shot and flying just below us.
What are you staring at?
I heard Jerry ask from behind me.
I'm not sure.
My voice was quiet and trailed off at the end of my sentence. I turned away from the window and back at Jerry, who was looking at me with wild, panicked eyes.
You're not sure?
His voice went up a couple of octaves on the word sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
There's something... I trailed off as I stared back out the window, looking for a sign of the shadow. It appeared to have dipped back below the clouds again.
Never mind. It's probably just my eyes playing tricks on me.
Nerves, he said again, putting his bleeding thumb back in his mouth.
It's just a bad case of the...
The scream broke the quiet of the cabin and cut off Jerry at the end of his thought. Without removing my seatbelt, I strained upward to try to catch a sight of what was happening. Jerry did the same, and I could see just about every passenger in my row trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on. I heard thrashing around 5 or 6 aisles ahead of me, then saw a man spill out into the aisle, gripping a blonde girl by the hair. He was screaming at her, but I couldn't make out the words. Several other men got up and tried to restrain him. He fought hard against them, too. I saw one of them take an elbow to the face, another a kick to the knee. I nearly removed my seatbelt, but before I had a chance, the plane rocked again, hard. All the people standing in the aisle lost their footing and fell, slamming into the seats. I could hear the flight attendants calling the captain and telling everyone to return to their seats and put their seatbelts back on. The plane continued shaking, and I heard someone behind me let out another scream. I attempted to crane my neck backwards, but on my way caught sight of Jerry. He had resumed the campaign to rid himself of the skin on his thumb. He seemingly didn't care any longer, and blood streaked his lips and stained his teeth.
Just a bad case of the nerves,
he said. I dropped back into my seat, listening to the commotion break out in front and behind me. I heard screaming, mumbling. A baby started crying somewhere. The plane continued to dip and shake, and despite my curiosity as to what may have been happening around me, fear rooted me to my seat. The lights flickered off again, leaving the plane dark for what felt like forever. The intercom fired up, and the familiar voice of the captain filled the air, clearly audible despite the panicked loud voices around me.
Attention folks, it looks like things are getting worse up here. I would ask that everyone remain in their seats and keep their seatbelts on to avoid any incidents. I would also ask that someone please, for the love of God, shut that fucking baby up.
The last part, he said it like he would any other announcement, calm and collected. I felt my chest tighten when I heard it. Something was very, very wrong. Jerry's mouth was caked in blood now, most of the tip of his thumb mangled by his own teeth. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. Just a bad case of the nerves. The baby continued screaming somewhere off to my left. I sympathized. I wanted to scream myself. The blonde girl rushed past me down the aisle and towards the bathroom. She was crying her eyes out. One of the flight attendants attempted to stop her, but she flew past and locked the door behind her. It seemed as if the other brawlers had returned to their seats, the instigator violently thrashing against his seatbelt. I was unsure if someone else had strapped him in or not. I hadn't been looking. The cabin lights were flickering on now rather than off. It seemed the cabin was filled with darkness. People would occasionally shout across the aisles to other people or at the flight attendants, nasty slurs that seemed to come out of nowhere.
Motherfucker! You stupid bitch, I'll fucking kill you! Shut that goddamn baby up already! I should toss you out of the emergency exit, you sodding cunt!
Other people just mumbled to themselves, repeating mantras like poor Jerry, his formerly friendly disposition replaced by a blank stare fixated on the seat in front of him. The plane continued its dance in the sky. I stared out the window again, and the shadows were back, more brazen about their trips above the clouds. There were 3 I could see, but I still could not make out clearly in the darkness. I strained my eyes staring at them. They seemed to be writhing shapes of darkness, unable to be touched by the moonlight, and I could have sworn that I saw wings. They dipped below the clouds again and out of my sight, and I kept my face pressed against the glass. I was unsure if the actions of my fellow passengers were more or less unsettling than the idea that we were not alone in the sky. When I did finally return my attention to what was going on around me, convinced that the shadows were gone, I noticed the flight attendants had given up their meager attempts to control the passengers or keep them calm. I could only see one of them from where I was sitting, and she was sitting in one of the empty seats across the aisle from me. She was mumbling to herself in some nonsense language. Hearing it made my blood run cold. People were losing their minds. The whole plane was going insane. The intercom again, the sound of it crackling to life made me feel sick and filled me with terror.
Attention passengers, we are not going to be okay. We are not going to make it. So fragile we are. Nothing in the face of the gods.
The captain's words were unsettling enough, but the way he sounded, his voice was too low, like he was winding down.
You may as well just give up. Just tear each other apart for all I care. Just tear. Just eat each other.
His voice, robotic, droning, and hopeless. As the intercom clicked off, the panic and insanity that erupted around me was nothing short of chaos. It was as if this was all just lying beneath the surface of most of the passengers, and they were just awaiting the go-ahead to start brutalizing each other. The screams still ring in my ears. It was the sound of death reaping dozens of people at once. And I shrank in my seat, hiding behind Jerry as best I could. He still sat blankly, staring at the seat in front of him, repeating those same words with blood dripping down his chin, the bone at the tip of the thumb exposed.
Just a bad case of the nerves.
Zoe?
God, stop.
For coffee?
No.
In the distance, the screaming baby was finally silenced. An eruption of laughter came forth like a wave, followed by more screams. I heard more muttering and gibberish, like some alien language I could barely recognize as speech, followed by more screams of terror. I saw a few people like me, some trying to run for the restrooms to lock themselves in, others shrinking in their seats in an attempt to avoid the madness. I watched as the flight attendant across from me was tackled in the aisle. She reached out her hand, her eyes begging me for help as she was pinned down by an aging Japanese businessman. He sunk nicotine-stained teeth into her throat, cutting off her screams, and tore loose as much flesh as he could fit into his mouth. They were literally eating each other. Another flash of green filled the cabin, and the plane struck turbulence again. Some people screamed in absolute terror, others cheered. I wasn't sure in that moment if the insane were praying that this plane would go down into the ocean, or the sane were. I looked away, back out the window. I wish I hadn't. I wish I had just shut my eyes. Hell, I wish I'd run out into those aisles and let the lunatics tear me apart. Instead, I decided one more time to look out that damned window. I saw the things again. This time not dipping below the clouds or disappearing from my sight.
They were right next to the plane, keeping pace. The sounds around me seemed to vanish as I looked at the horrid things flying alongside us. Writhing masses of tentacles with wings. Something no logical mind could accept as real. Their shadow appendages reached out toward the damn plane. The tentacles seemed to part on the one closest to me, opening like a great eye. It had 3 irises, 3 pupils, 2 on top, 1 on bottom. They glowed a maddening, sickly green color. Looking at it made my head hurt and filled me with a dread that was not even matched by the things going on around me. Another flash of green filled the cabin, and then a horrid sound, like the roaring of some ancient demon sent forth to drag us all to hell. The plane continued to take a beating from the turbulence. The oxygen mask dropped and the lights continued to flicker. The baggage flew out of the compartments, and I watched a red-haired man, his face covered in gore, flesh hanging from his teeth, take a large carry to his face. I heard his neck snap even in the chaos, or at least I thought I heard it. The plane dipped, sending bodies, living and dead, sprawling down the aisles. The drink cart slammed into whatever corpse blocked their way, sending small bottles flying everywhere. In the midst of the chaos, Jerry unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at me one last time. Just a bad case of the nerves. He stood and walked into the madness. I saw someone leap over the seat in the dark as he stepped into the aisle and drag him away into the maelstrom of violence. The plane seemed to be falling out of the sky. As it jostled me around, my face ended up once again pressed against the window. I heard the screams, laughter, and insane ramblings continue behind me as I stared out into the void-like eye of the creature that kept pace with the plane. The darkened cabin filled with the dim glow again. Quick green flashes lit up the sky, briefly illuminating the writhing shadow creature that flew next to us, filling my eyes with horrors that I either can't or won't recall. A sound like screeching metal reverberated in my ears, then a screech of something terribly inhuman. I watched the thing suddenly break away from us and dip back down into the clouds, their tentacles flailing about as they vanished into the dark midst below us. The sound grew louder and louder, culminating in something that I thought at first was the engines exploding. I readied myself for the plane to just start plummeting out of the sky, or a giant hole to open up in the side and start engulfing seats in a wave of fire. Instead, the insanity that had filled the cabin for what felt like hours ended even more abruptly than it had arrived. The gibbering, mad speaking, the screams of pure lunacy, the laughter of the people going mad, all gone. Replacing them were calls for help, the screams of terror, and people sobbing uncontrollably. Even the plane itself seemed to be loosened from the grip of whatever had taken a hold of us, starting to right itself. The cabin still shook, but no more than you would expect for normal turbulence. I heard the intercom come to life once more. This time I could barely make out what was being said, the sounds of the other passengers screaming for help, or out in pain. It wasn't the voice of the captain anymore, though, and I shuddered to think what had happened to him. I guess the co-pilot had taken over the flight. He talked about getting us on the ground as soon as possible. He talked about tending to the wounded. He asked the flight attendants to sound off so he knew how much of the crew was still alive or uninjured. I was frozen, catatonic. Once we finally landed in London, even as the plane filled with medics in hazmat suits, doctors and cops, I sat there, incapable of moving from my seat. My seatbelt still firmly fastened as if it were the only thing keeping me from plummeting into madness. When I was finally pulled from my seat, I screamed. It was all I could do. I just screamed and screamed and screamed until I blacked out. I was questioned over and over again, always telling the same story and always being told the same thing in response. Doctors, FBI, Interpol, all of them regurgitating the same bullshit. They said it had been a terrorist attack, that hallucinogenic drugs had been pumped into the plane's cabin, that in order to keep the world from going into a panic about chemical attacks, they needed to keep this quiet. My duty as a patriot, my duty as a citizen of the world, I was enticed with money and threatened with violence or imprisonment. I knew it was bullshit. I've done my fair share of drugs, and I know what it's like to hallucinate. Even unknowingly, people don't just fucking eat each other, they don't murder each other, or at least not in droves. From what I heard, the captain tore his fucking eyes out. Then there was the way it ended so abruptly. If the bullshit line they were feeding me was true, it wouldn't have ended like that. The plane would have crashed. It would have just ended up in the ocean. All passengers lost. They kept it quiet until now, though. Honestly, I just don't care anymore. I don't care about the payoffs or my duty as a patriot. I just want the nightmares to end. I don't want to hear the screams anymore. I want to sleep. Dear God, I want to sleep so badly. First, I need to tell you, though. I need people to know that there's something out there, something above the clouds. I don't know what it is. My brain can hardly handle the memory of it, and my words do no justice to the horror I witnessed. Before I leave this world, though, at the end of the rope, I need to warn others. Watch the skies, and if you're flying, I wish you the best of luck.
I hate. Okay.
The Craigslist ad didn't say much else. Just a local area telephone number and address. Call to make your reservation today. I scoured the ad 3 more times for some catch, some hidden fine print, before picking up the phone to dial. Front desk. The man on the other end of the line sounded bored and put upon. I sat up straight in my chair. Yeah, I saw your ad. Yes, sir. The room is still available. This prize money, 25 grand. That legit? The man on the other end sighed. Yes, sir. Would you like me to make you a reservation? What's that about? I asked. I mean, what do I have to do? Look, dude, it's a promotional thing, I think. I don't know. I just man the front desk. Stay the night, win the prize. Simple. Yeah, okay, but what's the... It's a double bedroom, $69 a night. Non-smoking. Looks like it'll be available Wednesday after 4. Do you want the reservation or no? $25,000 for one night in some flea bit motel? I gave him my name and particulars and listened as he punched them into a computer. All right, sir. He found his way back on script. Your reservation is confirmed and we look forward to seeing you Wednesday. Please have your ID and a major credit card on check-in. Is there anything else I can help you with this evening? It cleared my throat. This isn't some sort of scam, is it? Nope. We're authorized to issue a certified bank draft come checkout time, assuming you stay the full night. One more thing, I said quickly. How many other people have won? But the line had already disconnected. The King's Inn Motel is one of those places. You know the type.
I'm looking
low-slung
forward,
red brick
but I
buildings
do
set
not
back
want to
on
do
the side of
anything
some
else.
lonely interstate. A humming sign casting neon shades of red and blue over a mostly empty parking lot filled with broken bottles and cigarette butts. King's Inn. Wi-Fi and weekly rates available. Vacancy. An electronic bell buzzed jarringly somewhere in the back as I stepped through the door into the lobby. Inside, the air was hot, heavy with the stink of bleach and disinfectant, like the smell of a pool shed or a nursing home. Chlorinated. The young guy behind the formica-topped front desk barely looked up from his phone as I approached with my overnight bag. I'm on a break, he said flatly. I have a reservation. He dropped his phone to the counter. Oh, so you're the guy. Well, welcome to the King's Inn, where we treat you like royalty. They make me say that. Sorry. His teeth, when he smiled, were brown and yellow, leaning drunkenly against one another. License and credit card, please, he said. I slid them across the counter. All right, he said at length. Everything looks good. You'll be in room 205. Housekeeping just finished up in there, so should be nice and clean for you. End of the row, past the ice machine. I took my cards back and said, about this contest, what's the gimmick? Gimmick? Yeah, they said. You know, what's the catch? If I knew, I'd tell you. Management handles all that. Can I speak to them? He shook his head. Against the rules. There are rules? He leaned in conspiratorially. His breath was hot and smelled like garlic bread. If it was me, I'd lock the door, pop a couple of Xanax, crawl into bed, and sleep straight through till checkout time. but that's just me. I nodded as if I understood and took the proffered plastic key card. Checkout's at 9. Enjoy your stay. Room 205 was indeed past the ice machine. At the far end of the long L-shaped arm of the building, we're backed up to a dense copse of trees. I parked my car beneath a streetlight and walked the half a dozen yards past an endless row of hard windows and cheap plastic patio chairs to the door of room 205. The door was nothing special. A dented and drab olive green with peeling white stick-on letters above the people. Not dissimilar to a million other such doors, lining countless motel corridors from here to Angolia. My room key fit with a tiny thunk in the lock as I pushed the door inward. Maybe, in the moments before I flicked on the overhead light, I expected something different. An axe murderer crouched in a corner. A message daubed in blood above the mirror. Something fantastic or dark. Something worthy of the telling. Instead, the two yellow lights shone on a scene that was all too familiar. Coral pink walls that clashed with the grayed green of the carpet. A sickening tableau of stale cigarettes, floral patterned bedspreads, and faux wood grains. I could almost smell the sex, the half-remembered and unfinished acts that lingered hot and filthy on every surface like a film. Pedantic, yet comforting, in its simulacrum of a home. I dropped my bag on the small round table to the left of the door and flopped bodily onto the nearest bed. How many unborn babies had seeped into the fabric of these blankets? How many unreceptacled loads of cum have sprayed across these pink, tufted headboards?
Christ, why is he stuck on this? It's like, alright man, we got it. People have sex here.
15 hours.
We got it. Can we move on? Something else? Anything else?
That guy at the front desk said, stay the night, win the prize. I grabbed my car keys and headed towards the door. I'd need pizza or beer if I was to make it. The air felt different on my return. Used is the best way I know how to describe it. Recycled. That dry staleness of long disuse shot through the traces of something I couldn't identify. Like the final ghostly fingers of someone's cologne lingering. The TV was on, the usual bevy of infomercials and pay-per-view porn ads, and from where I stood, I could see contents of my overnight bag strewn across the floor. I dropped my pizza and froze, straining for the sound of some hidden intruder. Hello? Silence. I checked the small, dirty bathroom. Nothing. I looked under the bed. No one. I gathered my things, just a change of clothes and some toiletries, into a pile and called the front desk. The guy seemed unconcerned and brushed aside my indignation. There were no other active key cards available for my room, he assured me, and no one had been into the office since my arrival. Were any maids in here while I was gone? I wanted to know. Housekeeping leaves at 5:30. Your bag probably just fell over. Can I switch rooms then? We're all full up. So, you're not gonna do anything about the fact that someone's been in my room rifling through my shit? What kind of place is this? A sigh. I'll log your complaint and you can take it up with management in the morning. I can offer you a free continental breakfast in the meantime. I hung up. I'll admit, I thought about leaving right then. Just grabbing my bag and the remnants of my cold pizza and booking it. Home sounded good. Home sounded safe. But the thought of that money stayed in my hand. It was past 9 now. What would a few more hours hurt? I bolted and changed the door behind me before climbing into the bed. The sheets were thin and rough, hospital quality. They scratched at my legs and the tops of my feet and audibly crinkled when I moved. The pillows, little more than lumpy plates behind my head. I bathed in the fuzzy blue glow of late-night TV and fell into a fitful sleep, already counting my winnings.
It matters late at night.
Hi, Alex. Nice to see you again.
Because sometimes
Man, I don't care enough.
Where you get your medicine
I don't
matters.
care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Wait. I need a
I
crank.
fumbled in the dark for the jangling cordless phone on the bedside. Hello? I said, only half awake. Through blurry eyes, I could just discern the digital alarm clock's glowing yellow timestamp. 2:11 a.m.
Sir?
The voice on the other end was familiar. Bored.
I have to ask you to please keep it down.
What was that? Do what? I was finding surer footing in the land of consciousness. Who's this?
We've had several noise complaints from guests. Please keep your voices down. It's very late.
Voices?
You and your visitor, just keep it quiet, okay, buddy?
I sat up like a bolt and felt blindly for the lamp switch, casting the room in
I mean, come the fuck on.
Swinging my legs over the side of the bed,
Why did I
closed
forget
my
the
eyes with thumb
goddamn flute?
The room was freezing cold. The drone of the old AC unit under the window rustled those hideous curtains in erratic patterns.
So
across the
done
green
with
carpet.
this.
What had he been on about? Something about
Oh
a
my
guest?
god.
I shook
Oh
my
my
head
god.
to clear some of the cobwebs.
I don't wanna
My
hear it.
mouth
I don't
felt
wanna hear it. I
dry,
don't wanna hear
my
it.
tongue bloated and unwieldy. When I stood to go to the bathroom for a piss and a glass of water, the room seemed to wobble beneath me, and I had to steady myself against the TV. I felt sick, or slightly tipsy, like I did when I was 6 and had a fever of 102, and the world looked elastic and shiny. The bathroom was small and grimy, the tub yellow. I splashed some tap water over my face as I tried to catch my breath. My cheeks felt hot, my stomach roiled. Pizza gone bad? I stepped back into the main room as the phone continued to ring. There was that feeling again. That imperceptible otherness. Like the twice diluted stuff you breathe on airplanes. It was a little after 2:30 now. Who was calling? Hello? I picked up the phone. The glaring hum of the dome tile was the only response I got. I set the phone back in its cradle. What the? Don't answer that. It's probably Tony wondering who stole those last 5 lore tabs. I jumped as if struck, biting back a scream as I whirled in the direction of the bathroom. A young woman in a loose-fitting sundress was visible through the bathroom doorway, her back to me. Her pelvis was pressed hard against the sink as she applied lipstick to her lonely reflection in the bathroom mirror. Don't tell Tony I'm here, okay? He'll try and take my jacket. She smiled conspiratorially before climbing into the tub. Hey! I crossed the room in 3 quick strides and grabbed the cheap plastic lining of the shower curtain. Who the fuck are you? I pulled the curtain back with a sharp whisk. The tub was empty. I turned the light on with a flick of the wrist and stared numbly at the piss-colored grouts and linoleum. There was nowhere else to hide. My chest felt tight and my bowels felt twisted. I struggled to catch my breath. Using the wall as a guide rail, I navigated my way back to the bed and sat down amid the tangled sheets. I was going to throw up. I just need to lie down, just rest my eyes, just for a second. Yeah, that was it. I was sure. I was just tired. Ill. Nothing rest wouldn't put right. The pillows felt blissfully soft this time. The sheets sat me. How had I misjudged them? In the air. The air didn't smell like mold. It was sweet, like fresh laundry. I inhaled deeply through my nose. There you go. Tub girl sing-song from bathroom's dark mall. Go to sleep, baby. Rest. Yes, ma'am, I mumbled going onto my side. I'll be right here when you wake up. I could almost feel her lips on my earlobe that time. Could almost smell her earthly perfume. I nodded. Yes. Sleep. I cracked my eyes. The digital alarm clock now said 3:04. Surely it had only been a moment since I closed my eyes. I found the phone. Yeah? My voice sounded funny, muffled. A wave of static rolled over me, buzzes and pops and whistles, like a fax line trying to connect. Hello? I tried again. Nothing. I closed my eyes. They felt so heavy. I prepared to press end on the phone's dial pad when I heard it.
Jimmy.
Just a whisper, barely even there, almost lost among the screeching and buzzing of an unused line. Yeah? I perked up at the sound of my name, peeled my eyelids apart again.
Jimmy, it's Mom. Listen to me, Jimmy. I need you to wake up.
Mom? The word sounded unfamiliar. That couldn't be right.
Listen, Jimmy. You have to wake up.
It's 3 in the morning, I whined.
Get up. Hurry. Management doesn't want me talking to you. You need to get up.
I struggled into a sitting position, still cradling my phone. Mom? How is this you? You can't be calling. You're dead. The voice through the static cut me off.
You need to get up. Get your keys and get outside. Now. You can't fall asleep, okay?
What about the money?
Hurry, Jimmy. I love you.
The call ended abruptly. I looked at the phone and thought of my mom. Remembered the last time I'd seen her. She looked so small in that coffin, barely filling out her favorite pink Sunday dress. A nascent migraine had begun to settle in behind my eyes. Whatever Tony said, he is lying. If I turned my head, I could almost see her. My gal Friday daubing an uneven fingers full of mascara.
Get your keys.
Just go back to sleep, baby.
Get outside.
When I stood up too fast, the room spun and I almost fell. Careful, careful. I shuffled barefoot across the verdant carpet jungle to the table by the door. My keys felt heavy. Baby, where are you going? Get back in bed. We can split this roxicodone I found. She sounded forceful.
I need you to wake up.
I grappled with the door lock and chain. My fingers felt stupid, unresponsive. I'm sorry, was all I managed. I have to go. I'm sorry.
Hurry, Jimmy.
Hey, come back! I pulled too hard, and the door swung inward, banging off the drywall with a muffled crunch. Outside, it was early, or late, and wonderfully cool and still. Rocks and asphalt stung the bottom to loosen. I staggered to my car and leaned my forehead against the driver's side window. It felt good to just breathe normally. I climbed behind the wheel and started the car, let off the brake, and began to reverse. Hey! A loud male voice. A dark, bulky silhouette in my taillights. Someone beating fists on the trunk of my car, grabbing for the door handle. I screamed, threw the car into drive, and stomped on the gas. I shot through the motel parking lot like a bolt, scraping sickeningly over speed bumps. I didn't care. I gunned it past the front office, past the neon sign, away from that place and onto the narrow road towards the interstate. I guess I was sleepier than I thought, though. See, I don't remember nodding off behind the wheel, and I don't remember the car veering off the road, nor the tree speeding toward me. If I strain, I can vaguely recall the car rolling, the crunch and shriek of metal and glass, a well of darkness finally pulling me in. Carbon dioxide poisoning. I heard those words a lot in the coming days. They were whispered by doctors and nurses, scribbled on charts and forms I was asked to sign. It was almost a week before a police officer, Mitchell, I think his name badge said, filled in the gaps in my memory. Officers responding to calls from motorists on the interstate about an accident near the King's Inn. I'd fainted at the wheel and wrapped my car around an oak tree doing 60. Or maybe it was a maple. Anyway, first responders pulled me out delirious and screaming about people trying to get me. They thought I was high or concussed. I still had the key card to room 205 on me, so police made a sweep of the premises. The lights were off on the front office, and the doors both locked. In my room, they found my scattered belongings and an unmade bed. In room 204, they found a gas-powered generator thrumming away, pumping high levels of CO2 through the air vent that connected the two rooms. 12% concentration, doctors say, he told me. Levels that high can cause any number of symptoms. Nausea, headaches, confusion, auditory or visual hallucinations, you name it. I thought I was seeing ghosts, I said. He nodded. Nobody was registered in room 204, and the generators can be hard to trace. It's old. Could buy one just like it at any Lowe's or Home Depot. But we're looking into it. What about the kid at the front desk? MIA. It looks like a random thing. Some sicko trying to lure people in, gas them up, and do God knows what. You're lucky you had the good sense to run from the door. If you'd fallen asleep, docs say you might have slipped into a coma, or worse. I looked up from the IV in my arm. Did you find anything else? Officer Mitchell frowned slightly and shifted in his seat by my bed. Well, he cleared his throat. Like I said, there wasn't nothing in room 204. No prints, no personal effects, except for this. He extended a large, clear, plastic evidence bag towards me. It was left on the bed in 204. Can't let you keep it, of course. It's evidence. I squinted at the bag's contents. A cashier's check made out to me for $25,000. Nothing in room 204. No prints, no personal effects, except for this. He extended a large, clear, plastic evidence bag towards me. It was left on the bed in 204. Can't let you keep it, of course. It's evidence. I squinted at the bag's contents. A cashier's check made out to me for $25,000.
It was a late night last night. I paid the taxi and stumbled back into the apartment. Trying to be quiet, but somehow managing to bang into damn near everything. Cringing at each thing I knocked over, I groped my way through the dark into my bedroom. It must have been 2, maybe 3 in the morning by this point.
Okay,
The bar was
what the
closed,
fuck?
that was for damn sure. I stripped down to my boxers and tried to crawl into bed as stealthily as I could.
Alright, just do nothing when
My
I'm
girlfriend would
having
definitely
shit
be
there. That's
pissed off at me
awesome.
getting home at this ungodly hour. She didn't stir, the blanket rising and falling slowly with her resting breath. I slunk down into the pillows, eyes droopy and breaths heavy. I was nearly passed out before I even touched the cool, silky sheets.
Okay.
I could feel the room spinning away into a dream when my phone began vibrating. Groggily, I rolled to the side of the bed, reaching for the rumbling hums. I looked at the screen. It was
I
my
don't think there
girlfriend's
was anything
number.
wrong with that guy.
She must have left her phone at a friend's house and they were just calling me to let me know. So I answered it. Hello? I slurred.
Hey, I just got home. Can you help me bring in the laundry?
What?
What the fuck?
That was my voice.
What
I
the
snapped my head to
fuck?
the huddled body lying next to me. My
Why-
mind
why is there
spinning
two of
infinite
them?
scenarios
Why is there
what
two of them? Why is there two
unimaginable
of them?
horror awaited me under those sheets. My stomach in my throat, eyes wide with terror. I grabbed a handful of blanket and snatched it away from what it covered. She moaned into consciousness and stared at me, confused. I shined my phone onto her face to see if she was some sunken-eyed specter. No. She was just really pissed off. She saw me lying there, eyes wide and mouth open stupidly.
What the hell? Are you drunk? Go to sleep.
She seethed and smacked me with a pillow. She kicked my side a few times, grumbled some obscenities, and flipped over towards the wall. Yep, that was definitely my girlfriend. I must have hung up the phone because it began vibrating in my hand again. I jumped a bit, my nerves still a bit frayed.
Why
It
is
was her number
there...
again. I answered it.
Why is there sharks
She
now?
spoke again.
Hey, babe. I just got home. Can you help me bring him?
I hung up right away. It sounded exactly like her, but she was asleep right next to me. Her basket of clean clothes was in the corner, filled with folded things she hadn't put away today. I remember
They were not
her
there
bringing
for
it
the
home
last
earlier,
3 times.
because she had called me
I
this
looked in
afternoon,
there.
and I begrudgingly dragged it up all the stairs for her.
It wasn't
I
there.
crawled over to the window, and with 2 fingers, separated the blind so I could peek through. I scanned the parking lot for her car,
Yeah, it's just...
and saw
What the
it
fuck?
nearly directly below our bedroom. It was weird. It looked like she was in the car. But the longer I watched, the more it sank in that there was something very, very off. Her neck seemed too long.
Why is there
Her shoulders
sharks all of a
much
sudden?
too narrow. And her head was too, I don't know, thin. Her face began to twist to the side. All the while, a toothy grin stretched wider and wider until it was touching both of her ears. Her large, shadowy eyes were staring straight forward into the steering wheel. Until suddenly, her face snapped upwards, her dark eyes wide and staring hungrily into my window. Her mouth began to open into an impossibly cavernous grin. She
Why
raised
the
a
hell are
gangly
there
hand to her
sharks
head,
now?
then my phone began to vibrate once more. I had been staring in shock, in complete disbelief of what I was experiencing. The light buzzing in my hand jolted me back into reality. All the air left my lungs. I collapsed next to my girlfriend and shook her awake. Still in her tired stupor, I shook harder, grabbed her by the arm, and dragged her to the window. "Babe," I whispered, nearly in tears. Look inside your windshield." She looked around for her car, and then she saw it.
John? What the...
She began to speak, looking very worried. In a split second, it changed to a twisted grimace of pure terror. Suddenly, she burst out into a shrieking, hysterical sobbing. She shoved her head into my side, my arms pulling her closer to my abdomen. Unable to look away from the window, I watched as the thing inside her car opened the door and walked away, unnaturally quick, towards the forested lake to the left of the apartments. It kept its head turned towards me the whole time, its neck bending gruesomely backwards as the rest of its body strutted away. It wasn't grinning anymore. It was frowning. It almost looked sad. We must have tired ourselves out from all those surges of adrenaline-fueled fear because right after it had walked away, I remember waking up in the daytime. My girlfriend was still entangled in my arms. Both of us slumped towards each other like the letter A. I checked my phone to see what time it was, and saw that I had 16 missed calls, all between the time of 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. this morning. We hadn't tried calling each other since yesterday afternoon, before all this happened. I had no idea how her phone had been used like that, as it was plugged in next to her all night. There weren't any outgoing calls from her phone to mine. What's weirder, though, is that when she checked her phone, she also had 18 missed calls, but from my number. Each one, same as mine, was made between the time of 1 and 7 a.m. I didn't really know what to say about it to her, so I tried to make light of the situation. "Well, babe, I guess that means no more late-night taco runs for a while." But neither of us laughed.
Like, there weren't sharks in there the last 5 times I went in there. So what in the world happened
I live in a
there?
house of rules. I should explain. I moved here 3 months ago. Flat number 27. The flat was a repossession. I never met the previous owner, and to date, know him only from the mail I receive in his name. I could make up stories of him vanishing or his screams being heard in the darkness one night. I can make exaggerated claims about all this, but this is not a work of fiction, nor is it written to entertain. I had just got a new job, a promotion I had waited years for. This was meant to be the next step to greater things, but I needed to move quickly to save on the long drive each day. When I found this place, I was overjoyed. It was well located, within my price range, and apart from being extremely run down and dirty, had so much potential. It's a
Not
duplex
going in the
apartment
center.
with a guest room and a spare bathroom on the ground floor.
There's just
and a
sharks
dressing room
now.
and several closets on the
For
top
no
floor.
real reason.
The purchase was a complicated one, due in part to poor record keeping and the loss of deeds and plans of the house. What should have taken a month from start to finish took 4 times as long. Because of the length of time, I took several viewings and each time was amazed by windows and cupboards that I could not recall from the previous visits. Rooms seemed bigger and lighter, more inviting. Even the estate agent was baffled that her property listing documents were consistently wrong. The neighbors in the block of flats near me are a strange lot. They don't talk. They keep to routines you can set a clock by. When I first moved in, I tried to invite them to a housewarming party. So desperate was I to meet new people. Not one of them came. They get in at the same time every day.
Oh, they're
and
the
never leave the
Buffaloes.
house. I never hear them moving around at night. One of them,
Well, I
a
need
nervous
your
man from
teeth,
upstairs,
so-
who constantly fidgets and glances around, apologized afterward. He explained his lack of attendance was simply that he wasn't allowed to. At the time, I presumed he meant his wife, but now I'm not so certain. As he was the only one I had gotten to know since the move, I did my best to become friendly, and even felt like I was making headway. Then I made the mistake about asking about the previous owner, to which he made an awkward and short response before making his excuses. I have not seen or heard from him since.
Why are they suddenly doing that now?
The rules, as I came to understand them, became apparent over time. The first was sleeping only in my bedroom. I only slept once in the living room on purpose, dozing on the sofa, until I woke up to my arm trapped between the sofa and the wall.
God
A
damn it,
wall
I
that
don't
was
want
several feet away from the
fucking
sofa when I
plank
closed
twine.
my eyes a few hours earlier.
Fuck off.
I was
No.
overcome with a feeling. A very familiar feeling.
Oh my fucking god.
That I was somewhere I shouldn't be. This feeling wouldn't leave me until I quickly stumbled up to my bed,
Now I gotta look for
where I
the
only felt
fucking
truly
other
safe
one
when I
now.
hid under the blankets like a scared child. I only fell asleep once more in the living room after that, by accident. I was awoken once again with the feeling that I should leave, that it would be unsafe to stay, and that I should not be there.
Whatever.
This time, however, a sweater I had left across the room on the radiator
Fucker.
was tied around my neck and pulled tightly enough to leave
Shit.
a striking mark on my throat.
Alright, I got enough for a
The rule
wooden
of
gear.
sleeping only in my
That's about
bedroom
it.
stands alongside others. Countless other rules. I learned that I should clean up my dishes immediately. When I stepped out of the kitchen after depositing my plate,
I don't
sat
know
down on
why
the
it's
safe
suddenly
that was
doing
jutting out of the
sweep
back of the
attacks
sofa.
now, where it didn't do that
I learned not
before.
to take too long showers when the water suddenly turned scalding hot and remained so, no matter how much I desperately tried to turn it off. And then it was inexplicably normal temperature when I tried it moments later. I learned that I must vacuum and keep the place tidy, that I must not waste electricity, and that no matter what noises I hear in the night, I should never, ever investigate them. Another rule is guests are not welcome. The last time I had a guest, it was a friend who invited themselves over. Despite my concerns, they kept making arguments to come and see me until I relented. I spent the entire time terrified for their safety, and pretty much drove them away with my strange behavior accordingly. But there were no events. Such things made me bold, and I began to relax. I stayed awake until late, played music at night, and did whatever I wanted, even going so far as feeling that I had triumphed as the house remained meekly quiet. It was almost immediately after they left that I first noticed the headache and nausea, which got worse and worse as the gas leak continued. I only just made it out of there before I succumbed. I have so many things I could tell you, example after example. I don't know where to begin. I need you to look past your skepticism and see that this is real. That this is more than just coincidence. That this is more than just child's play haunting. I am not being haunted. I am being ruled. The rules are only a part of it. They are the part I play. The rest is done without me, and not only that, but done around me. The walls shift.
Okay,
Doors open some days, but won't the next. The number of windows in my bedroom increased one by one consecutive nights, only to return to one again. There's a closet at the top of my stairs that changes in size quite regularly. One of the most terrifying experiences of my life was when I opened it and saw that it went back several meters more than I remember. When I walked in, somehow the door shut behind me, and I groped in the dark, silently reaching out for a wall I knew must be there, yet my fingers touched only air. I do not know how long I fumbled in the dark, but it was only as my panic attack rose that my shaking fingers found the wooden door. Have you ever woken up in a room with a chair sitting at the end of your bed? A chair that came from the dining room that is down a flight of stairs and along a hallway. Have you ever walked into a room and seen a closet that was not there before? Have you ever observed more stairs on a staircase as you go down them than there was when you went up them? Have you ever entered a room looking for something, and then when you gave up and left, realized an hour and a half has passed? I have lived all these things. And were I a better, more scientific man, I would have kept a running log of all of it. I would have found proof I need to show the world that I'm not crazy, that this is actually real, that it's a nightmare I am currently living. "5 hours had passed since I sat down to write this. Earlier I hoped to prepare some lunch, and hoped there was no drawing pins in my bread, like last week when I realized I hadn't vacuumed. It's starting to get dark. I now live a life of routine just like my neighbors. I turned off the music. No loud noises after dark is one of the rules. It is the one I hate the most because it just makes me feel so alone. Lights that are left on in rooms that are empty, or too many in one room, are prone to fuses blowing, or even shattering of bulbs without warning. So I currently only have the glare of the screen, the television, and a lamp. Soon I shall be going to bed. The doors shut behind me as I head up to bed. They lock. And I will wake up in a room with windows wherever they please, and doors that may or may not open to closets that can be as big or as small as each variation allows. The television in the room I am in has a satellite connection, and with it countless channels. Right now, all of them are a fuzz of static.
Oh shit.
Aside from National Geographic. so I'm forced to listen to a documentary on carnivorous plants as I type. I try not to dwell on the exhaustion of a beetle on the screen, as it tries in vain to escape from the prison that will soon digest it, even though I relate to it. The remote does not appear to work. It took me pulling the plug from the socket just to turn it off moments ago. And even then I was scared to do so, for the fear that it might stay on and never leave me. And I knew that if those images had continued when the plug was removed, I would have screamed myself into madness. I could push the neighbors to talk more. I could rebel against the rules. I could start a fire and torch the whole building down. But truly, I just want to get by. I get the feeling that up until now, I have simply been coached, like a dog, to do what is required of me. I feel like the punishments could get a lot worse. The occasional demonstration of strength, the enforcement of the rules, and the occasional mild punishment when I transgress. Like one taps the nose of a dog when it misbehaves. That is what I hope for if I can behave. Stepping out of line only causes me harm and fear. It is only out of fear and reference to my own human dignity that I do not explain here what happens when the house feels it really needs to punish me. Needless to say, the scar will be with me for the rest of my life. Which brings us to here. I can't go on like this. I took the decision to write this with the remaining fight I still have left in me, to ask for help. I can't do it over the phone. I can't write a letter to anyone. My only hope is to write it into a story conspicuous, and without details that might draw attention to the content. All I can hope is that someone sees enough to spot my cry for help. That they will find a way to contact me where I can get a lifeline. I need to escape. I can't ask directly. It's too risky. Besides, any form of open rebellion has been snuffed out of me with pain, suffering, and terror. I fear for my safety, for my punishment for breaking the rules. I am surprised that it is being allowed to even get this far. In over 1,000 words I have written, there hasn't been a power outage or a computer error that has lost everything. So perhaps there is still hope.
Yeah, I gotta put this shit away.
But the truth is, I'm scared. Scared of what touched my face in my sleep the night before last after I accidentally left the faucet running, clutching firmly the bruises on my cheek that still remain. I am scared of what left a pair of scissors in my slippers, of what power moves wooden doors and plaster walls, seemingly at whim. Most of all, I am scared that by writing this, I may wake up in a tiny room with no doors or windows. A room that grows smaller each and every time I blink. Clancy Pasta presents Don't Stare at a Mirror in the Dark, written by SSA 89.
Well, I know where a shit ton of white flowers are. Just need one.
You ever stare into a mirror for a long time? Lacey asked out of the blue.
I think six.
No, I said, and continued aimlessly scrolling through the Netflix catalog. You have to try it, Lacey burst, and clasped her hands together. She jumped up off the sofa and stood in front of me, her eyes brimming with excitement. It wasn't unlike her to get excited over the little things. She was a ball of energy. I was a bit of the opposite. I was the mellow one, the cynical one, though I prefer the term realist. Why? I asked. I mean, what could be interesting about staring into a mirror? Narcissistic, if you ask me. Oh, Brooke, don't be such a downer. Me and my sisters used to do it all the time as kids. It's interesting. You'll see. I don't know. Sounds boring. I tried to hide my smile. I wanted to tease her a little more.
Why is it so
but her bubbly excitement and the gleam in her eyes had rubbed off on me.
weird?
As it did often.
I guess I'll just do
I was
two
always happy
lips,
for that.
but I'm gonna find more.
Don't be like that, Brooke. I see you smiling. Come on. She grabbed both my hands, pulled me up, and dragged me toward the bathroom. What happens? I asked. You'll see. Lacey told me to wait while she got some candles. It's better in dim light, she said when she came back. She set up one candle on either side of the rectangular mirror, lit them, and stepped to the side. You first, she said. I stood in front of the mirror and stared at myself for a moment, then turned to her confused. So, what do I do? It's easy, she said. Just stare at yourself, right into your own eyes. Don't move, and don't glance away.
Like gray?
Not even a little.
It's literally white.
Okay. It seemed silly at first, just staring at myself. But it did not take long for things to feel a little eerie.
What the fuck?
The sense of self started to drip away as if the reflection were made of wax, and the person staring back at me in the mirror could almost be considered a statue or imitation, not a true reflection.
So goddamn stupid.
Then my features started to vanish. First, my mouth was gone, then my nose, and then my eyes. I found myself staring at a blank face, and that was enough for me. Whoa, I said. I clenched my eyes shut and shook my head. What did you see? My face, it went blank. Creepy, right? She laughed. Yeah, you could say that. I noticed goose flesh had broken out over my arms. I had a sudden, odd sense that we were playing around with things we should not be. That what we were doing was more than just a simple game. But the feeling passed quickly.
Candlelily, white
Lacey,
daffodil,
as if noticing my worry, placed a
candlelily,
comforting hand on my back, and looked at
literally
me with those
everything
soft,
else.
expressive hazel eyes of hers.
Alright,
she
let's
said.
do,
I know why it does that. It's just our brains filtering out stimuli that doesn't change or move. It's just how our brains work. Oh, makes sense. Anyway, my turn. I'm kind of excited. Reminds me of home again. Playing with my sisters before we all moved out and moved on with our lives. The good old days. Lacey positioned herself in front of the mirror, and I stepped to the side. I stood behind her and to the right, in a position where I could see her reflection, but not my own. You know, Lacey began, if you stare at your blank face long enough, it starts to morph. You see completely random people in the reflection. Seriously? Why does that happen? I think it's your brain freaking out for staring at something blank for so long. It needs stimuli, you know, or we go insane. So, I guess it makes its own and morphs our reflection into something.
Of course, that would make sense.
Oh yeah. Again, makes sense, I said. Then I said something I would come to regret for the rest of my life. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was Lacey's idea. Not that that would bring her back, but at least it would lift this crushing guilt off my heart. The grief is bad enough, but the guilt is like the point of sun through a magnifying glass. Sharp and burning it away. but there was no use trying to trick myself. It was my idea. I had said it. Have you ever tried this in the dark? Lacey turned to me with a gasp, her eyes wide with excitement. No, that'd be interesting. Before I could say any more, she blew out the candles. The room went dark, the only light coming from the dancing bluish colors off the television down the hall, and the pale moonlight creeping around the edge of the window curtain. I looked at Lacey in the mirror. Her face was in shadow, but her eyes shimmered silvery from the small bit of moonlight. We stood in silence for some time. I watched the mirror, strangely enthralled. Lacey stood still as a statue. Then, it started to happen. The mirror changed. It was subtle, but I saw the mirror start to waver, like the reflective glass had become a body of water, a pond. Lacey's dark face warped in a fluid reflection. Her eyes went black, the light in them extinguished. The darkness spread out from her face, clouding outward like black dye dropped in water. It started to cover the entire mirror, hiding the reflection of her dim, palely lit bathroom. I opened my mouth to say something, but found I could not speak. I tried to walk toward the light switch, but found I could not move. Even my eyes were frozen in place, stuck in a trance, staring into the impossibly black ink that spread through the mirror. The darkness spread to the edges and spilled over into our world. It consumed the room around me, eating it away like a cancerous growth. I could see Lacey in my periphery get swallowed by the darkness. I tried to scream out for her, but no sound would escape my throat. My world became the darkness. The sensation of the cold tile beneath my feet vanished. The sounds of the cars passing by outside were gone. I was buoyed by a sensation of complete weightlessness. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything, but I could not feel them. They did not exist in there. Nothing existed in there.
Clay
No sight, no sound, no feeling, no nothing. It was as if the mirror had become absorptive instead of reflective, and had sucked my mind into an abyss, into nothing. Pure nothing. I was floating in a vast, empty space devoid of anything and everything. It was utter madness, a prison for the mind, with nothing for stimuli, nothing to look at, hear, feel, or focus on, not even my own breaths. I knew my mind would eat itself like a starved man turned cannibal. I could think of only one thing to do. When I was young, I suffered from sleep paralysis. When I would wake up, frozen and numb, and a crushing weight on my chest, I would focus on wiggling my index finger. If I could just do that, I would break free of the sleep paralysis. So, in that abyss, I focused on wiggling my finger. It was strange at first, not being able to feel my finger at all, but I kept trying. If I could just wiggle it a little. I began to feel something slight. A sensation that my finger was there, but only as a cloud of mist. A suggestion of something instead of the actual thing. The movement felt sluggish, but the sensation built and built, and finally I could feel my finger as I should. I wiggled it in the dark, and the feeling flooded back, first to my other fingers, then to my hand, and then to my arm. It felt heavy. I wrenched it upward, and graciously, the world came crashing back. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. I got up, scrambled to the wall, and groped for the light switch. I squinted against the harsh fluorescent light and looked at Lacey. It was too late for her. She stood in front of the mirror, shoulders slack, and her head slightly cocked to the side. Her mouth hung agape, and drool was creeping down her chin,
Fucking bastard.
Her eyes were dull and glazed over. Vacant.
Bitch.
Gone. I shook her.
Fucking
I
bitch.
screamed and cried and yelled. I even slapped her. She did not respond. I don't know why I broke free, yet she couldn't. Maybe it's because I wasn't staring directly into my own face like she was. Maybe it's because I knew about the sleep paralysis
Fuck
trick.
that fucking
She did not.
asshole.
Either way, she lays in a hospital to this day, stuck in her comatose state. The doctors don't know what happened to her. It's like nothing they have ever seen, they say. But I know. I know what happened. But I have not told anyone. I fear they would not believe me. I'm sure they would only call me insane. But I know what happened. I know that complex, bubbly, and lively mind is lost where I was lost, floating somewhere in that eternal abyss, that prison, for eternity, stuck in that torture chamber of endless nothingness, her mind rotting. So, her body just lies there, in her hospital bed, comatose and wasting away, kept alive by machines. Her eyelids stuck open, and worst of all, her eyes, her once expressive, loving eyes, now glazed over and empty, forever. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed today's video. I want to give a huge thanks to all of my supporters over at Patreon and YouTube memberships. Your support makes these narrations possible, and I appreciate it a ton. If you'd like to join these lovely ghouls, you can head on over to my Patreon at patreon.com/clancypasta, or click the join button below to become a...
Over 100 years ago, dairy farmers in Tillman
Don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Clancy Pasta presents There's Something Wrong with the Local Ice Cream Truck. Written by Devil Juice. I'm not entirely sure when I started disliking ice cream trucks. I don't think it's an entirely uncommon opinion to have, really. Much like how it is with clowns, it's a relatively innocent concept that's developed some measure of sinister undertones, likely due to a combination of pop culture, paranoia, and a few, unfortunately, very real events. Frankly, though, the idea of ice cream trucks as a whole seems rather ill-advised. A stranger rolls into your neighborhood in an old van. Perhaps nobody in the neighborhood knows anything about who he is or where he came from. He plays music from his van to attract children from out of their homes, some of which may even be unsupervised children, and he offers them sweets. When described in that manner, it makes the whole situation seem rather unsavory. Perhaps, much like with my fear of clowns, I'm simply putting too much thought into it, seeing evil where there's nothing but simple childhood innocence. It wouldn't be the first time, I must admit. However, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that there is something seriously wrong with the ice cream truck that's been frequenting my neighborhood recently. Outwardly, it doesn't look much different than any other ice cream truck that I've seen before. An older, white van with stickers all over the side and the words ice cream plastered across the top of it. You might be able to even find the exact same model on the first page of a Google image search. It even has the tinny voice that interrupts the equally tinny music to say, "Hello." It was typical in just about every way. Unless you're the sort of person, like myself, who thinks poorly of ice cream trucks by default, there's nothing about this particular ice cream truck that would immediately strike you as strange or unnerving. That is, if it weren't for the fact that it only ever shows up around 2 to 3 a.m. For various personal reasons that I'd very much like to keep to myself, I found myself living once again with my parents in my old neighborhood. They've always been exceptionally supportive and understanding, so they were more than willing to open their home to me while I got my life back together. I often find myself keeping rather odd hours, since I'm a bit of a night owl. Plus, since I'm currently unemployed, there's nothing much in the way of obligations that keep me from maintaining this habit. As such, it wasn't long after I'd moved in that I first saw this strange ice cream truck. When I first heard that familiar tune over the quiet music I was listening to, I thought I had to be imagining it. Yet, when I pulled my headphones free from my ears, the music of an ice cream truck drawing near was unmistakable. I glanced at a nearby clock, which read 2:53 a.m., pushing down the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach.
No, wait, God.
I stood up from my desk, putting aside the sketch I've been working on, and turning off my desk lamp. I tried to rationalize the odd situation. Maybe the ice cream truck driver was drunk? Perhaps an elder who drove an ice cream truck in their spare time was beginning to suffer from dementia and Alzheimer's? Several different possible explanations ran through my mind as I made my way over to the window. Yet, I couldn't settle on one in particular. I pushed a gap open in the blinds on my window. My eyes were somewhat used to the darkness from sitting in the dim room, so I could quickly get a clear view of what was going on outside. The ice cream truck wasn't immediately visible, but as the echoing music grew further in volume, I grew even more certain of the fact that it was coming down our particular cul-de-sac. Sure enough, it eventually came into view, rolling down our street in a slow crawl. It played its music as loud as can be, as if it had every right to be there and wasn't likely waking up half the neighborhood. It rounded around the end of the cul-de-sac and came to a slow stop in the middle of the street. The music paused as it did so, but not without letting out one final "hello" in that metallic voice. It sat there for a little while, idling in the street as if it were waiting for customers. There wasn't a single soul anywhere within sight on the dimly lit street, so I had absolutely no idea who it was expecting. I saw the front door of the house across the street from me swing open, the dim glow of a lit hallway light leaking out of it. My first assumption was that it had to be an agitated resident coming outside to complain about the racket. I was caught off guard, though, by who it actually ended up being. A child no more than 7 years old. I wasn't exactly familiar with him on a personal level. I recognized him as one of the children I was relatively certain lived on this street. Soon after this, the front doors of several other houses on the street swung open, and out came even more children. They were all very young, the oldest among them only about 9 years old, and the youngest looking no more than 5.
I need another.
They all steadily filed out of their houses, walking at a slow, uniform gait. They converged on the idling ice cream truck, forming an orderly line in front of it.
I don't need much.
Seeing all of
Yeah, I
them
don't
neatly
need
lined up
much.
and in clear view under the light of the nearby street lamp, I became certain of the fact that this was every single young child that lived on this street. One by one, each of the children approached the strangely dark window on the side of the ice cream truck, which had apparently opened at some point without me noticing. They each reached up towards the window, seemingly without saying a single word or even glancing at the selection depicted on the side of the vehicle. Without fail, though, when each child pulled their hand back from the window, they were each holding some seemingly random, individually packaged treat.
The hell is
Once
this?
they had each gotten their single package of ice cream, all without directly looking at or even acknowledging one another, they all turned away from the ice cream truck and made their way back to their houses, walking at that same strange, uniform pace. Once each of them had returned to their homes, their front doors firmly shut behind them, the ice cream truck started moving once more. It made its way back down the street, its tinny tune echoing out once more from its speakers. Slowly, but surely, its music faded away into silence as the ice cream truck disappeared into the night. My first thought, once I had fully processed what had just happened, was something along the lines of, what kind of Pied Piper bullshit is this? It was strange. Too strange, even. I wasn't entirely convinced that I hadn't simply imagined the whole thing. Heaven knows it wouldn't have been the first time. I even took comfort in the fact that it was likely just a simple delusion. That is, until it happened the next night. And the next night. And then the night after that. I wasn't quite sure where to turn to about this. I thought about telling my parents, but I quickly decided against that. Even with how understanding they've been lately, I doubt they'd really believe me about this. Honestly, I wouldn't blame them. I haven't really been doing a great job of inspiring confidence lately. I also figured that I would be better off not going to the kids' parents or the police about it either. Maybe I'm being a bit pessimistic, but I would probably just end up looking like some sort of lunatic. I've certainly had enough of that to last a lifetime. Besides, it wasn't like I had any evidence of any sort of wrongdoing. The children were not missing or hurt, and frankly, seemed as happy as can be, as far as I could tell anyway. The story might have ended there. That is, if I hadn't kept sticking my nose where it didn't belong. I wish I'd simply left well enough alone, but I've always been a bit too nosy for my own good. The thing is, I might have seriously fucked myself over here. You see, I figured that if I couldn't talk to the police or the parents about it, I could still ask the children about the strange ice cream truck. It went not well. I was out in the garage the other day, working on one of my paintings, when one of the local kids stopped by to watch. I didn't know his name or really much of anything else about him either, but he came by pretty often when I was working. We chatted a bit here and there, but nothing ever particularly meaningful. Asking him about the ice cream truck wasn't exactly something I'd put a lot of thought into. It was a pretty spur-of-the-moment kind of thing, you know. It just sort of popped out. I didn't really expect much of any sort of response. I more so figured he would simply have no idea what I was talking about. I certainly wasn't expecting what did end up happening. All it took was the simple mentioning of the ice cream truck for the kid to react. He completely froze up, any trace of emotion quickly draining from his face. I've never seen a child make an expression that cold and lifeless before. The experience was unsettling, to say the least. Not too different from how one feels gazing at a corpse. And I tried to ask him about it more, but I didn't get any further response. I then tried to switch the topic back to something else, acting like I had never even mentioned it in the first place, but I couldn't get any sort of reaction out of him anymore. He just stood there, just outside of the garage, silently following me with his eyes as I tried to go about my work. As you might guess, I had a little bit of trouble focusing, given the circumstances. Eventually, I just packed up my stuff and headed inside, closing the garage door as I went. The kid didn't move an inch throughout all of this, even as the garage door closed just an inch or two shy of the tip of his nose. He stood there, blankly staring at the garage door for nearly an hour before heading home. The next night after that was different. The ice cream truck came same as usual, playing its music as loud as can be, but it didn't stop at its usual spot. Its brakes squealed a bit as it slowly came to a stop at the end of my driveway. The music didn't pause this time either. In fact, if anything, it seemed to play its music even louder. Once again, I was astounded by the fact that my parents, or anyone else for that matter, were not woken up by the absolute racket. The children filed out of their houses, marching steadily towards the ice cream truck. There was something different about them as well, though. Something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. That is, not until they drew closer, when they had nearly reached the ice cream truck. They were looking up in my house, seemingly staring directly at the window I was watching them through. There was no way they could see me, peeking out through a sliver of space in between the blinds of a pitch-black room. However, I was nonetheless convinced that they knew I was there. They had retrieved their ice cream from the pitch-black window, but they didn't head straight home this time. Instead, they lined themselves up once more alongside the ice cream truck at the end of my driveway. They stared up at my window all the while. I don't know how they could stand to be next to the truck, as the music was almost deafening at this point. It almost felt like it was resounding within my own skull. Was I the only one that could hear it? That didn't make any sense. That's when it began. It started with one of those goddamn hellos. The children opened up their ice cream in unison, their eyes never moving from my window. The music came to a stop, replaced instead by the mechanical voice alone, saying, "Hello," over and over and over again. The absence of the music brought no relief, as what had come instead was somehow even worse. My head pounded in time with the repetitions of that simple greeting. I tried to look away, to draw back from the window or cover my ears. Yet my body was completely frozen in place and unwilling to cooperate. With each repetition, the hello grew lower and lower in pitch, to the point where it started to seem almost demonic. The pain in my skull was so blinding that I could barely even see straight. I found my eyes drawn to the children. Their mouths were moving, yet not to eat the unwrapped ice cream that they held before them. They were instead speaking along with a now nearly unrecognizable voice, practically screaming hello over and over again. I then felt a blinding pain behind my left eye as I lost consciousness, collapsing in a heap on the floor. When I woke up the next morning, my head was pounding worse than any hangover I've ever had. Save for the headache, though, I didn't appear to be any the worse for wear. The doubt that had been nagging constantly from the back of my mind quickly started creeping back into the forefront. Had the events of the previous night really happened? If there was one thing that I had learned from my hardships over the past few years, it was that you couldn't trust too much in the soundness of your own mind. It all just seemed too strange to be true. I don't know what compelled me to go out to the end of my driveway. Maybe I hoped that I would find some sort of clarity there. What I found instead, though, were several popsicle sticks arranged into a short and simple sentence. Go to sleep. Thanks. I want to feel more love, deserve more than knowing.
So loud.
It started 3 months ago. The dark.
Fuck. I don't know, I'm kind of tired of the stories. I just want to pick something else right now. It's been the same thing for for a while now. And that one seems copyrighted. Got other stuff. Alright, here you go. This doesn't look copyrighted.
3, 2, 1, go!
I think it is. I hope it's not. Okay, it's a bit loud though. Okay. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Alright. It did that. Alrighty. Alright, age 1. I finally got there. Alright, I should really just expand this out all the way. Oh, I got enough for... Maybe I'll make it a room, actually. Hopefully not need as many torches. Fun. I just need 4 really, but... Okay, here we go. Well, fuck it, I'm doing this. It's somewhat cheaper. Oh. Well, more stuff is here. Alright, that's that. And now we're in age 1. Craft a regular crafting table. Craft a weak draws on to help you locate more. Get the copper. So I gotta do copper first before I do much. Well, I got more stuff now, so I could probably do the rest of these a little bit easier now. But hey, I'm done with stage tutorial. So I'm gonna call it here. And I would like to say thank you to whoever stopped by, even if it is for like a second before having to leave. I have to say thank you, and I hope you have a good one. Bye.